Okay, so previous stream ended abruptly. Let's fix the goal. Firebase functions permissions. So there, I was going to create a specific scheduled service account, but and which needs these permissions more or less. But I think I might have other functions that have similar permissions needed. Mm, Actually, probably not, because contact has already been done and is just email send, the only thing it needs. Fetch interesting, only data store viewer, so it's a subset. Fetch user data didn't migrate yet, but it should be, and we'll look at later, it will be only data store viewer from what I understand. Get our custom token is a testing function. So I'm not sure if permissions are a thing for a local executive function, and they also can be called remotely, not outside the emulator. So this is something to looking deeper into. Interested doesn't need the authorization. Schedule does. Toggle delete reads the authorization, but it doesn't change. And use Firebase and use uh, resend to send email. Unsubscribe doesn't need authentication, and update interested also because it's open to any user, also not. So going back here to see, I wrote somewhere the possible. No, I wrote it this in. Let's close the function. I don't need now. I wrote that these possible roles in the infra, which is the one with Palumi, which is here, index.ts. Okay. Yeah, so we have a secret accessor. We already used that, so I don't need that. AI stop. Yeah, AI stop. Um, that could be a good idea. Let's accept this suggestion. Let's review it. Firebase admin, author, user admin. If they are right, yeah. Get user info. That's way too much. I got too many suggestions. Stop. Let me stop the suggestion. There is a setting to say snooze for 10 minutes. Please stop. This one was a good one. So user admin, yes, because we had to delete accounts. Data store user, yes. Instead of viewer, we also can do more things like delete stuff. And secret manager. That looks quite right. The name also is not bad, even though this is called by schedule, and schedule could have new thing, which maybe fit in these permissions. So I'm a bit weary to call it delete account when then maybe schedule we get more stuff. You know what? Schedule is such a particular special function that we can create, even though I'm trying to avoid to create a service account per function. I remove the quotes. Okay. Um, I think this is a special case where it will get such particular set of permissions that it's okay to have them specific to this. So this is Palumi. I already used this permission. Were there for me to remind them about them. So we don't need this comment anymore. Maybe I could put comments here. Also, this comment is wrong because no user admin is only not only to get user info, but also to delete them. And also, I don't know where these roles come from. I don't even know if they are correct. This was suggested by the AI. And now I'm gonna ask the AI for if they are correct. It's a bit circular, but let's try. This is Claude. Um, I am defining some service accounts with these roles. Are they correct? Where can I find a full list of some Google Cloud service accounts I can use for Google Cloud and Firebase? Let's paste the code. They appear to be correctly formatting and use valid cloud IAM roles. Valid allowing okay, this that's I think these comments are good. Allows is intended. Secret accessor, yeah, implies read. So let's add a comment there saying read secret values. Okay. Data store viewer, read only access to data store. Well, um, data store. Mhm. These names are confusing. Firestore is the same as data store. Because I call it Firestore in here. Let's move on with the other first. Uh, Managing Firebase auth user. Manage. There. Let's say manage Firebase auth users. Then we got data store user, which is a new role. Read write access to data store. And secret access, so we already commented, so I don't comment it twice. Okay, let's keep on reading. Seem reasonable based on the service name and the likely purpose. Regarding a question about the full list, I think you might asking about IAM roles rather than service account themselves. Did I ask that incorrectly? Yeah, service account. I meant correct. Uh, Service accounts are custom identities. Hold on. Is the stream working? Looks like it is. Yes. Service account are custom identities you create, but okay, yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, thanks for comprehensive. Check these resources. I am roles documentation. Ooh, would include some explanation if I do this. G-Cloud YAM roles list. Interesting. I would add that comment. That sounds useful. Let's go try this command. Oh, we also have description. This is very useful. Of course, it's crazy long. The only way to use this thing is through searching. And it's generating again. Let's interrupt it, save it in a file. So let's go to infra. Maybe I also commit this file. Why not? So I copy again that command, paste again that command, and we say, "Mm, this doesn't have many files. Let's keep it flat for now. Roles hyphen list txt. Nice. So we are generating this roles list. Why does that in a file? Okay. What? What is this? Deploy concrete is okay. Oh, it's done. It's done that. It's done that. So we can open this file now here. ETAG, AA, stage GA, title, access approval, ability to view or access approval. So let's look for Firestore. So basically we can, from this list, look for these roles. Are those in those format? Yes, they are. And we said read the secret values. Let's double check this one. Allow accessing the payload of secrets. Okay, maybe this is more correct from a terminology standpoint. But for me, read secret value and payload are the same thing. So it's fantastic. What does it mean stage GA and tag that? Let's keep on reading the question first. The answer. Okay, I got this. Yeah, that's very useful. In the console, so the website, yeah, I am admin roles. Mhm. Firebase specific role. Do I have some Firebase specific roles here? So if I look for Firebase, yes, I think there are. I got some Firebase mention here. So I guess this also includes the Firebase roles. Okay, I suppose it does. Um, but can also done okay. For example, Firebase author admin is specific to Firebase. There you go. So they are mentioned here. Nice. But also these links. Let's open. So if I view them like this, they are maybe easier to consume. Yeah, maybe that is easier to search. but this is a little bit easier. So let's add this link too. I'm not normally adding lots of comments, but in this case, I think it's a case where comments are appropriate. So these are Firebase roles, and also we said we have the other the Cloud IAM roles, which are generic Google Cloud roles. Ooh, and there are so many, there isn't a list. But you start, let's start Firestore. And it's called data store as well, yeah. So here we use the viewer and user. Data store viewer. Data store dot viewer. Ah, so what's this on the right? The detail permissions? Permissions, yep, exactly. And that's the role. Viewer, get, databases, list, does quite a lot, okay. And data store user, oh, didn't mean to cancel, to delete everything, also has delete get list entities star, which includes delete entities. Is collection something separate or is part of entities? Looks like it's part of entities. Is collection an entity? Or perhaps we got entities list, which basically means a collection, and to delete a collection, you need to delete all the entities anyway. So maybe that's why it's not there separately. Yes, I think that's the thing. Lowest level resource where you can grant this whole project. And that's what I'm doing here because I'm specifying the project for the project. Assign each required role to the new service account. Well, it doesn't need this new because this is like declarative. It can be new, it can be old. So new there is valid only the first time you execute the script, but not after second time. So I think it's better to remove new there. So we have one and two, let's do three. It's kind of out of the loop. Oh, we just remove the numbers, yeah. What's that the number for? Okay, let's keep on reading, digging into this. Firestore data store access. Secret Manager, Firebase Author, Cloud SQL, which I don't use, storage, which I don't use, PubSub, which I don't use. Why the double name Firestore dash data store? I think that's because it's used also in Google Cloud, so they have to use a name. Confusing evolution. Cloud Data Store was the original NoSQL domain, was launched as the next generation of data store. Ah, okay. So is this same as the real-time database? Yeah. Is the old data store the same of the real-time database? Completely different. Okay. Okay, okay. I don't even want to read. I just want to know they're different. Okay. Um. So now we have a schedule user which should be correct. And the other thing to check is that now the schedule options use this. It does not. I was still deciding the name. Let's remove the permission from here because they are already detailed in the other place. But the service account is called schedule at the domain. So let's fix that. Yeah, correct. Perfect. So now we are ready. So let's create a pull request called get checkout -b. So a branch first. Let's create a branch called scheduled service account. Nice. And for that, well, before we even commit, let's execute the infra to create this service account. So let's go first to the console. Right. And here is, let's reload this page to have a fresh view. Right. So here I have some accounts that I surely didn't know create. I'm not sure where they come from. Something to dig into later. Let's first fix all the function. This is the data store viewer, which is the one I created. The comment is a bit dumb. I think the comment is here. No, I'm looking the wrong file. I meant here in Palumi. When I create this, yeah, here you go. Service account for. I think the display name should just be this. So I don't need an interpolation. Let me wait for AI to suggest it. There you go. Let's keep it simple. Also because it goes on multiple line, but there is no need. The description is already here on the row. Cloud Data Store Viewer. Email sender, secret manager accessor. Firebase admin, I don't know where that comes from. Firebase service account. I'm not sure who created it. This is the default service account. And this is me. Okay. So we can now execute the infra. We should be good. So Palumi up. And this should apply the service account changes. Quite quick it seems for an infrastructure change. I had to specify. Okay, so what it says, it gives you a small report which says schedule is to be created. We updated the other account, and then it adds the permission to schedule. That's not really okay. Difference is the display name. Very very cool. And it adds the member to schedule, which it doesn't say to schedule. I just know it is to schedule. Secret manager. Yep. User admin and user. So in random order. But anyway. Right. Do you want to update? Yes. And now he's doing it. He's doing the magic. Oh, I like Palumi or Pulami or how is that pronounced? I don't like the name. The name is horrible. Let's go Palumi TV. What is even an IDP? Infrastructure.
Your cloud delivery is bottlenecked. Developers wait weeks for infrastructure tickets to be processed. Infrastructure engineers are overwhelmed with repetitive requests while security teams scramble to fix compliance violations that slip through. The solution is an internal developer platform. But most IDPs
IDP, Internal Developer Platform. So they so many like acronyms.
take months or years to build. Enter Pulumi IDP. Let's see how it works in
It says Palumi here. Yeah, we go with Palumi pronunciation. Okay, so error. I don't understand because it says error and then it says everything else okay. Batch request, retry single request. I think these are retries. Let's ask this to Claude. I get the whole thing. Um, I ran Palumi up to to create slash update some service accounts. In the output, there are a couple of errors. However, it seems everything worked in the end. Are those errors just transient errors that were retried and I can safely ignore them, or are there are they real errors that need some attention, some love? Let's say attention, love. Okay, so let's paste that. Okay, guess as an attachment. Attached is the Palami app full output. I'm sure you understand anyway, but it's not. Mm. Ah, okay. So let's go back to the list of the role. I thought I saw that. Are you telling me this is not a correct role? Exactly. That's right. It's not a correct user role. Aha. So actually, this will work great with grep. So let's grep. That's great. So I put a incorrect role. So let's grep this string for roles list. There, we have only these two. Firebase admin, not user admin. And viewer, but this case we really need admin. Okay, let's see the rest of the this is the solution. Let's see the rest of the answer. It says try. Ah, oh, this is too big. There is maybe also a Firebase admin. If I do this, I will find a lot. Yeah. If I do this, the dot is used as a wildcard, I think. So let me check that first. Yeah, let me escape the dot. We're really looking for a real dot here. Yeah, there is a Firebase admin, but that is way too wide. It will be mean everything in Firebase. So we're not going to use this, but we are using this. Yeah. Your schedule account doesn't have Firebase auth permission intended to give, so any code, yeah. Fantastic. Right. There was not a clear output. Not for me, because after error didn't say, it said I apply this, apply that, but it didn't say I could not do that. But I will get used. So yeah, I can understand. So um, now let's reload this and see the new schedule. It should not have the Firebase admin permission that failed to be applied. Yeah, Cloud Data Store user and secret manager. So the schedule service account was got these two permissions, but not this because it was user admin before. Now, just admin should be the correct one. So let's type again Palumi up and see if this time works. Do you want to perform this update? Yes. Is adding the Firebase auth admin. Okay. So good. So created, that's great. So this is a list of service accounts. Okay. If I reload here the IAM console, which I opened twice, so let's close one of them. Right. And I check scheduled. Now it has Firebase authentication admin as intended. Fantastic. So now Palami part is done correctly. We also learned about the roles, so that's useful. And now scheduled, we are going to deploy this to get the, it needs also the API key, yes. We are going to publish that so to functions from functions npm run deploy. We publish that, we deploy that, so we are gonna have the new service account assignment. Amazing. So this takes a while. When it does that, oh, that this is the bug on delete user that came back and should be now. Oh, that's everything. Okay. Um, this is we already done. Leave it there. Just wait for this to become flat. It's the same. I don't know why is it twice. Okay, so let's close this. Let's close this. Let's go to scheduled. Can I see here what is the service account used? Maybe I have to go into details. This already handled. Maybe here. Even arc is for schedule. That's where it comes from. It never these are environment variable. Okay, that's interesting to know. Oh, that password is already deleted. I didn't know it was still there. I don't have that password anymore, so no, no worries. But it was still there because I used it when I was trying to use Gmail to send email, which turned out not to be a good idea. Gmail, no, let's go Google passwords, app passwords. Well, maybe it's still there. We don't need it anymore, so now it's gone. The password is not valid anymore. So I show it in on the stream. Doesn't matter because it's not valid anymore. I don't need it. Well, I would also have want to delete it. I didn't know it was there, but it's not part of this. I can show it, no problem. Because yeah, it shouldn't even be here. It should be a secret, but I don't need them. So let's write a ticket. Delete functions, was and was. Okay. After is not important. Somewhere here. Okay, so the deployment is done. So now I don't know how to check the service account here. I didn't see it. And it's called schedule, so it's difficult to look for it. But I think I can try to find scheduled at, and there is nothing like that here. Security could be here. Threat detection. There's so many things. I don't know how to check these recommendations, security recommendations have been updated a couple of days ago, so it won't reflect the actual current state because we have scheduled updated, but it still say that it's using the default computing engine service account, which is not true anymore. But this information has been refreshed 2 days ago. So I'm not sure how to check the. Um, okay, how to check? I've updated the. Okay, I corrected the error and updated uh, Firebase function. Also same equal cloud run function to use the schedule at service account. How do I check that this is indeed the case in the console or with the command line? The name of the function is schedule. The name of the function is scheduled, and the region is US Central one, no hyphen there for some reason. Will look better with a hyphen. Details, configuration of security account. I didn't see it. Allora, let's go find again the schedule function. Details, just click on it. Then it says go on security. Or configuration. There is nothing like that. Cloud Run console. Cloud Functions console. No, that doesn't work at all. Let's try this. Ah, so we can check the account name. We got a command line. It is correct. Or we can get the full details. This is great, man. Hmm. Yeah, so it should be good. So the next thing to do is test it. But to test this, it's not that easy because I need to simulate a user deletion. So I have to go to the website, go to delete my data, connect with Google. Okay, this is my test user. I can safely request deletion. And now we have to speed up time. So I go in Firestore. This document is, that's already updated. Okay. The mean delete timestamp would be 3 August, but we have to move it back to any date in the past. Doesn't matter exactly, can be way in the past. And this schedule is just to give an idea when this happened, but the actual timestamp is this one, the one that matters. This is just for the countdown. Actually, the countdown should be unchanged. Actually, to see, we have to reload the page because now it doesn't do a request every second. It just keep on counting. Page went white. Oh, that's really weird. Ooh, so we have a bug. My God, I found another bug. So if I go here, it's all fine. If I reload the page, it fails. Hmm. How is it possible? That is not good. Oh, let's commit this. Hmm. The delete me page has a problem. I was going to test the schedule function, but I found another error. Let's create a ticket. Delete me page fails. Reload fails. Does this accept that? Yes, good. The error is not that useful, but I understand what's happening. So if I go open the delete me page, I'm bothered that I can't test the account deletion. But let's do that after, okay. You know what? Let's merge it. Did we push? No. Let's push and merge this if the build works. And let's move to the other error. And after we go back to test that. So that means this ticket can go in review. So we have to double check it and be moved to done. So we will do it. Okay, service account, create a pull request, 11,000 lines. This is about the rows that we added. Nice. Small PR. Let's wait for the build. I can go git checkout main. And let's start to open this delete me page. So I have to go in web, source, roots, delete me page svelte. Everything happens in the delete me component. Let's close the page. So I'm saying everything happens in the delete me component. Yes, that's kind of true, but also the other thing that is matters is the layout. So if I go again to not here, but roots layout, yeah, On mount, I have initialized my app. Let's add some console log. Skipping init. Oh, let's say skipping initialize my app. Seems more descriptive. Initialize or initialize my app. Start. So is that either skip it, we don't say start before for choice, we say, or end. Okay. This is where it does the auth thing. Yeah, here. Ooh, I think this is in the wrong order because it's using the function emulator before initial I could do the connection. So let's deploy. Hold on. Let's see the pull request first. Okay, we can merge it. And let's go back to main there. Nice. We're in main already. We have to pull. Do a fetch all. We can delete that branch. It's coming out down from the headphones, some black stuff, black plastic. Okay, so now we create a branch and it's related to fixing this problem about delete me reload. That's the problem. Nice. Let's go to Gemini. I'm in the root of the project. Gemini. And let's describe the problem. The page. Oh, no, before we do that, let's deploy this change and see what is the actual output, these console logs. npm run deploy. Those were unexpected errors. Hmm. I wonder, probably never, maybe I had this error before, I never actually tried to reload the page. Okay, that should be quick. Okay, so when I go here, I've updated the code, so I can reload this page and should see the console logs. No, I don't. Is this because they happen before the console logs? Let's go back to the home. Why reload is one thing, and if I click the link works, isn't it that a reload as well? Okay, here I go. Initialize start, initialize end. Fantastic. If I reload this page, I don't even see skipped or start or end. It just fails. And the error is also not initialized. And at HP, a chunk created by Svelte, so that is not really understandable. Okay, here is where the exception is thrown, is somewhere inside. Oh, I was going to say I didn't write this code, but it's mixed with my code. Let's try the step before. So go back to the console. Here, difficult to understand this. Go back one more. This seems no good. Object you subscribe, not clear. Back one more. No, understandable. Yep. Did I open this already? No. And the last one is here. Okay. Nothing really helps. So delete me runs something called area delete, which is perhaps the one that we are interested in. Yeah, way to handle this would be to delete stuff and see at what point comment out source code, at what point the error does not happen anymore. We have this fetch delete info calls fetch user data. But the error is not on functions. Oh, that's not related. Let me close Android Studio. This is good, right? No. The fast file is modified. Oh, I changed that. Okay. No worries. Let's close Android Studio. Hmm. So let's try to ask this to Gemini. There are two things I want to mention. It's complicated even to ask the question. So, the delete me page, which is which with the active or delete. Let's call it correctly. Delete me page whose active. I don't know if whose is with where with active part is in at delete me layout. Works fine the first time, and but the second time emits an error message in the console, and the browser window is totally blank, white, blank. This is the error in the console. I know it's not very helpful, but the message is actually helpful. Okay, that's the error. Um, to be noted that wait a second. I think I didn't formulate the question quite right. Oh, there is much more I thought in this. What? This is totally unrelated. What's going on? I pasted something totally unrelated. It was something I copied before, I suppose. As the deployment of the function. Why is it here? So this is annoying. No, no, no. Okay, I kill it. Let's write the question in an editor because that's not good at all. Let's see if the copy works. So it looks like that if I go here, oh, oh, the difference is if I click the link, there is no reload. It's the reload that fails. Okay. So I can basically the initialization works in the home page. The okay, I have to rewrite everything from scratch, unfortunately. 1 hour, okay. Before I did 40 minutes. So today I think is gonna be a good day, but unfortunately I have this problem. It was unexpected, so it's hindering progress. I mean, I'm Morse code. I mean, reduce the aircon. Okay. The web page delete me works correctly when I navigate from the home page, clicking the link in the footer. No page reload happens in this case. However, it does not work when I reload the page and I get this error. And the error is I have to go there first. Let's see if I can copy correctly now. Perfect. I wonder because before I read something. Oh, this is the main page. Header, footer. Where's the layout? The actual layout? How does it even um get added? I don't understand. Allora, where is that? I want to mention this is Svelte 5 slash and Svelte Kit project. Okay. In layout svelte, let's copy the actual file. The amp is initialized on mount, which includes Firebase initialization. Yeah, initialization, that's a British spelling. Okay. Now this is defined in init. This init, the initialize my app function. How do I spell there? With a Z or with a Z because yeah, that Google did it. Function is defined here. It's defined in at. There you go. I've added a couple of console log. A few, 3 console log, and I noticed that on the home page I get the output. Let's get the actual output. So I go back to home page. That's the actual output. While in if I reload the page delete me, I just get the error without any initialization happening beforehand. Okay, so that's the issue. I also noticed another thing. I also noticed another issue unrelated to this one, since I tested this on the live site, these errors, this error on the live site. But I think that the connect to emulator commands should be before doing get apps and get get auth and get functions, and not after. Okay. The most pressing error is understanding why the live site is not initialized on reload, on page refresh. Is it called refresh? Probably. Okay, this is a great question. Give me a great answer. I think it's a great question. Okay. It seems you are facing a race condition. The delete me page attempts to use Firebase hours before it's been initialized by the root layout on a page refresh. The core issue is that on mounting your layout runs after the scripts in your page components. Really? I didn't know that. I kind of assumed the layout was executed first. When you navigate from the home page, Firebase is initialized and you don't see the error. Makes a lot of sense. The core issue is that on mine, okay, if you're deleted, okay. If to fix this, I will make an initialization log run earlier in the spell kit life cycle. Instead of on mount in layout svelte, I will move the initialization to a client side layout load function in layout yes. Wait a second. You remove the pre-render. Or we changing what file? Layout TS. Ah, not layout result, layout TS. Oh, this file was mostly empty outside the screen. Yeah. This file was mostly empty, and now we have removing the pre-render. Let's see how. Oh, the credit. We are almost used up, but now we are in a new day. So we have a fresh credits limits. It's good that they have done this per day and not per month. Otherwise, you could be finishing your resource by the 15th of the month. It's better to say, okay, I've used enough today, we can use tomorrow. Instead of all mount in layout svelte, I will move initialization to a client-side layout load function in layout TS. This ensures that Firebase initializes before any page component script runs. So let's check again the layout svelte. It's on mount, so it's gonna remove that and put it in layout TS. Interesting. I will now create layout TS and but also remove this pre-render. What's the implication? This ensure Firebase initialized before. Okay. I will now create remove initialization, or let's call it init. I'm getting crazy. The init logic there. I will also remove the on mount call from. Okay, it does that later. Remember to ask about pre-render. This is exactly the same. No, it's not. It's checking his if browser. Ah, because on mount is only an event from browser. I think that's why doing that. Interesting. I've moved the init logic from to the new layout.ts file, and I will remove the redundant or mount logic from layout. Okay. I've addressed the race condition by moving the Firebase initialization layout.ts file, which ensures it runs before the page component on the client. I also removed the previous on mount initialization from layouts felt. Regarding your other points of emulator, um, ah, regarding your other point, the emulator connection order, the correct implementation is already aligns. Okay. I don't understand. Seems out of order to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Actually, I didn't have any problems so far on that, so that's fine. But now we are asked, why did you remove the export const pre-render equal true line from at plus layout.ts? What the you didn't even mention about that. Did not even mention about this change. What are the of implications of removing pre-render? Or pre-render is one word. Alright. Was this an accident or was this intended? That's my point. And what are the implications? Model is overloaded. Okay, let's take a short break and try after the break. Okay, let's try again. I just say try again. Seems to work now. I see. It seems. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't know if the issues were resolved or not. Okay, uh, let's give feedback about that too. Yeah, so first, um, don't change anything anymore. We are done now the layout there. My try again was misunderstood. So we remove it from here. Let's deploy like this. npm run deploy, and let's check if the issue is resolved first. And then we have to understand about the pre-render after this. Okay. Nice, that was very quick. So let's now go to the website, reload the page here. I guess that pre-render too was quite important. Let's go back. So let's do this after the imports. And let's deploy again. No, that's too hot. Okay, let's try now. Yeah, it was quite important. So we go here and we see initialization. Now we reload the page and it works great. Mm. So what we want to go back here and say, it says, I deployed and got for the home page. I then reintroduced pre-render, and now I can see the home page and the delete main page, and also the race condition is now resolved and the page works correctly. Why did you remove prevent? I think it was a mistake from the AI. That weight is too hot. I think he didn't know it was static hosting. So he got an API error, but he's still trying. So let's wait. No. No. Why there are so many misunderstandings? Why, why do you keep on misunderstanding? I said the solution is fine and everything works after my pre-render change. I am just asking why did you remove pre-render? Maybe now. Maybe now is time there, I think. Hold on a second, we have problems. Keep on not listening to me. Let me commit this so I can go back. Maybe he's right, yeah, but let's have a look. It seems, mm, what error? What fucking error? I don't understand what error are you trying to fix. I don't have any errors. Now everything works correctly. If there is an error, if you think there is an error, tell me what steps should I do in the website to make that error happen. I'm just wasting tokens. This is finished. I should perhaps no stop arguing and move on. Based on the original report, of course, open delete me. Do not navigate ever on page. Yep, there you go. Hard refresh. Yes, do a hard refresh. Hard reload is called. Okay, no problem. No, Button Google Svelte, request the Firebase out exploded. Another refresh before the initialization is finished running. Mm. Yeah, I think there is no issue. Let's move on. And I just wasted a few tokens just arguing with AI. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Um, um, right. Let's open a PR. So now I'm all committed and pushed. So go to GitHub, budget web, create this PR, fix race condition when reloading. Doesn't even need a reload, just reloading. Delete me page. That's here that we solved. Okay, so yeah, we can move on. Oh, the console logs. You know what? I will leave these console logs in for now because I already had problem with that function a couple of times. We'll delete them later, and if I ever forget them, it's not a big deal. I can even forget them, but let's leave them in. Normally I wouldn't do this, but this has been a persistent issue, so I leave it there until I'm absolutely sure. Leave them there. What's the ISO 14,000? Can you tell me in English? Environmental management. Family. Okay. It's enough. Just I want to know what's about. Mhm. So let's go check out main, pool main. We didn't merge yet, so no changes. Now this is ready to be merged. Let's merge it. Give a look again. I think I remember the changes. This is no change really. This is remove the home mount. And this is we do in layout TS now. I'm not sure why it's exporting load for. This is a special, it's a special kind of thing. It's a type from Svelte, but what's the dollar types? It looks like it's a local file, but it isn't. Okay, never mind. Let's move on. Let's refuse to understand every single detail. It's better to be focused on providing value. So this was certainly something I was required to do. And let's check out main. I already done. Git pull, git fetch all, and git del delete me reload, and git branch local branch only main. Fantastic. So the whole thing I was trying to do here was to test the schedule delete function actually works, but I couldn't do because this page didn't work. So first, let's also do a subscription to a newsletter. Okay, And the other thing I want to check is what kind of feedback or log does the delete user function do? So let's start from the schedule, delete accounts. Okay, just saying deleting one account, yeah, it can be singular or yeah, could be zero. You could see, you could say zero, yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah, just you could say zero, one log per day. That's fine. And then it says deleting data for user ID. Mm. User ID is not something easy to remember, and after it's related to only this project. And after I delete it, I will not know. I'll delete the user ID here. No, I delete the user ID here, so I wouldn't know anymore who the user is. Let's try to also output the email. Yeah, that's what I want. Deleting data for email and let's just say ID for short. Great, great, great. Then we say unsubscribe email. It doesn't have any output here. Actually, I want to say I deleted subs. Let's do a log here. Log info. What I'm gonna say is unsubscribing email, but doc ID is not important. It's just a gibberish number, and also after the doc will be gone. So it's better to say what newsletter is, which is mode. Let's keep it call it mode. Nice. So we got some feedback. So what's this doing? And let's go fix the next step. Let's go slowly. This that's we have to go here. Okay. The next step is delete app data. Okay. It does say deleting update. It doesn't say how much it actually delete. So it gets the logs reference and delete the collection in batches. Can this return me a number of deleting? Ah, yeah, it does already. There's always some log. 200 a time. Maybe this is a bit verbose because there can be thousands of documents, one at a time. Can probably go bigger, but there is a limit on. It's not based on the number of documents, but it's based on megabyte size, and it's maybe 1 megabyte. But I wouldn't swear on it. And then it goes a little timeout to go easy on the resources. I think this what other we have instead of info could be debug, so it doesn't even output in production. Mm, okay. So if I go back to delete accounts, this is okay, but then we have delete user. Right. Yep. That is fine. And then deleting record. Okay. As a log. And then sending completed email for. Yeah, that was a good suggestion, but I had to. Let's just say this. There you go. Mhm. Now, we've done these changes. We didn't have a ticket for that. It's kind of part of the check of um, service account for scheduled, but we wanted some visibility. So let's create a branch for this called scheduled logging. So improve the login, but I have to say -b to create a branch. Sometimes I forget. Okay, so here we're gonna say git add all, and now we're gonna say git commit and push with the message being improved deleted account or improved logging for delete accounts scheduled function. Nice. So let's create a nice PR. Let's have a quick review before we actually deploy. Okay, that's not much, but important to get the visibility. Um, can wait for maybe 1 minute. Yeah. Can wait for the CI to just confirm everything looks good. And when we do that, we prepare to deploy. So we change the function npm run deploy. I don't execute it yet because I wait for the build. And the other thing I want to check is after we're gonna do a manual trigger, which is here, but there is also another little thing we can do, which is in here, we will reload the page and nothing was working. This time is based on the schedule timestamp. We can edit to reflect. Let's put it that in the past as well. So it's not necessary to trigger the function. This is for display purposes only. Can go to any time in the past. It doesn't matter. I'm just double checking that this says 0. Actually, what does it say? Oh, I'm off. Don't know why I'm out, but anyway, let's connect. This is a fake user I have. Oh, why does it say 5 days? That's so odd. It's clearly in the past. Did you get some cache data? Oh, that's weird. Let's try to do a hard refresh. No, this was a command. No, it's opening Windows. Is it Shift? I forgot how to do a hard refresh. No, Control, Control. Hard reload. Why does he have the old time? network. We got fetch user date. All right, there you go. Schedule timestamp seconds. That should be based on that. Timestamp to date. Okay, epoch converter. Yeah, classic. Yeah, that's the time in the future. Do I have to do, if I reload this page, do I have to do something to actually do the change there? Yeah, it didn't change. There you go. Aha. So edit field. I go there, put them in the past. So I change only this one. I click on update. It's flashed like it was updated. I reload this. And it's updated. Okay, before the update didn't work. So now if this page now doesn't make new requests, it keep on doing the countdown because normally it should never change. But if I reload the page, it should say 0 or something. Ah, it says it didn't delete, which is not quite true in this case. But you know, that should never happen because there's also an email and other checks. But that checks is it in the past, so it should be deleted. Okay. However, now to test this, and then we are changing this by hand, so that's not the normal flow. Um, we also want to change this to actually trigger the function to delete. So we put this in the past, any date in the past, doesn't matter. Click on update, that flash, reload the page to confirm that the change actually went through. And there we go. They're both in the past, doesn't matter the date. So this build actually worked. Well, I could have done deploy to save some time. I forgot. So let's do the deploy now. And I think this is quite innocuous to merge, but let's try in case we want to change the logging again. We can use the same branch. So now we have a user. Let's go back to see the process of deletion, what it's actually doing. Unsubscribe email, we subscribe it to one email on purpose. Maybe it's two, I don't know if there is another one done before. Delete update, there should be a little bit of update. Delete user, good. And delete the deleting record, yeah, that's also present. Everything should be logged. That's the deleting record. Then that's the updater here. And here in interested, we have was just a test. Let's delete this. Did I say the document field instead of document? Delete document. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Okay. Waiting list. This is the one should be deleted, and not this. It's only one record. Okay, so let's wait for the deployment to happen, and then we can move these two tickets if that works. Should also send the email, should do everything, so we will test this, and then we can move to the next one. Unfortunately, this is a long work. It seems for not much gain, but you know, security is important. So once I became aware of this, it's better to do things properly. And now I can dedicate more time. And I'm more motivated. I had a period or like a few days in which I didn't have motivation. It's difficult to have a, and I still work like a few hours each day, but I think I'm much more motivated now. Um, it's difficult to keep the motivation going for months and months and months on end, working on a side project, which is not even side because I'm not doing anything else now. So I have to put more effort. Okay, we deployed. So now we need to trigger that by hand. And that's the way. Let's use the terminal to have more space. Okay, I'm in the root of the project. That's fine. So the other thing I want to check, I want to do is prepare here to view the logs of the function. So let's confirm first what is the last execution. Uh, ooh. The last execution is just now. It's not really an execution, it was the deployment. Right. Right, this is the deployment. So let's wait. Okay, this is the new minute 1521. The last log is 1520. Let's reload this. Nothing new came, eh? Just don't want to mix the logging. This is the old stuff. Error already solved. Okay. So anything that says 1521 is the new execution logic. I call schedule, no output here. Okay, correct. I reload the page here. Don't know why it doesn't stream the logs, but that's fine. So let's see, 20, it goes 22. Like this is the first of this current execution. Deleting data for, okay. Unsubscribing email, perfect. This is so clear. Deleting email subscription, okay, this is more detailed log. Deleting app data, deleting 5 documents, file total, deleted 5 documents from users logs. Okay. Um, so it's still output the debug logging. Ah, it says there. Yeah, there you go. Debug. If there were more than 200 documents, then it would have said deleted 200, 200, 200, except the last one a little bit less. And then we got deleting record for user ID, correct. Sending completed email, correct. Ah, this is more detail. Sending email template deleted, okay. And email with code sent. All right, it's you know that I realized something. That we should put as debug the more detailed logging. So let's get. Can I copy this so I kind of have a reference? Okay, this is the first log. This is all the logs that happen. Just want to make this simple change. Okay. So going from here, it goes. The first log is says deleting data for seatbelt ID. Okay, this is the one. It should be info. Yep. Don't even know why I do the ID, but let's keep it. This is fine. Unsubscribing email mode waiting list is a good output as info. The second one is kind of duplicated and less informative, and is done by the function itself. So we go and subscribe email. I have this. I think I want to, because the other function doesn't know what the email is. It just received the doc ID. So I think this could become debug. The only way for this to know what email is deleting, so because we could say let's output this only once inside. Let's do this log inside the what if I pass the email to and I don't check it, or I pass the whole sub object, but who else is using this function? Right, it's other people, other things, uh, um, other functions use this function because this is the batch mode, but there is also another way to unsubscribe from the web page from clicks. So let's keep it like that. Let's we move this to debug. That was okay. So this becomes debug. Makes sense. Next, deleting app data for user ID. Okay, let's see where this debug is. This message is this log message. Yep. Um, because this says only user ID. Okay, we mentioned the user ID here so we can reference it. So this one is already debugged when it goes deleting 5 documents. This is same user ID, okay. Collection in batches. This is debug. I think this could be debugged too. Let me think about. It's kind of interesting information, but yeah, it is debug. So let's move it down a notch. Then the deleting delete record for user ID. Let's go back to here. This one. Is okay to be info. It's okay like this. And send complete email. And then this is redundant. So let's say I remove one of these accounts. Send complete emails. I remove this log completely. And I let send template email sending a log info, not debug info. It's already clear. And actually, it's better that he's using the template name. It's more standardized, easy to understand. So this will go. This is good enough already as info. And this email sent could become a debug message. And this perhaps here. Yeah, it's more of a detail. Unless it fails, then it's error. Okay, perfect. So we did some small improvement on the log level. We can go review and delete it one line as well. Yeah, I think this is better. And let's merge it and move on. It gives a very good insight of what actually happens during the deletion of a user. Hopefully we don't have, won't have to delete that many users, but if something ever goes wrong there, we know exactly what happened, which is important for a batch process. Alarming. Unfortunately, I don't like that the update message gets from the commit message. It's really bad. Normally, it's, it's not a good message for the. It's really a bad message. Maybe when we do Paloming up, can specify a message. I don't know. For now, anyway, just using Palami is a great advancement. So let's go back to merge this PR. Okay, squash and merge, delete the branch, git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all, git del, schedule logging, git branch, only main. Great, great, great. Ooh, we forgot to save that file. Okay, you know what? Doesn't matter. This will go in the next branch. We're not going to make a new pull request just for this. I missed that. There was not saved. Oh, I'm not used to save files because Android Studio does the saving for you. Every time you edit, it saves for you. So we forgot two changes. Let's do it again. The changes this becomes debug and this was removed. Not a big deal. Let's will go in the next PR. Let's move on to the next PR. So now going back to here, we can say this is now fixed. Service account for the scheduled function. And delete me page reload. Wow, works great to reload so many times. And no problem at all anymore. I would have to do also a full test of everything, but I guess we'll do it as we go or when we finish converting the accounts. So the next step is service account for update interested. So let's find this function handler update interested is using the default service account. So way too many permissions there, too powerful. I have to do a couple of things. One is check where it's used. Let's delete this. So we go to, I know that is used, well, defined in API. So from the web, I got a utils called API. And somehow I call this update interested. I found it. So let's see who calls this file, what page. No, that didn't work. It was nobody. I know here, manage subs. Okay. Right, this happens when I manage subscription. I'm going to click on the checkboxes and choose a different API. Can we do two as at once of these things? Can we move a bit faster? Unsubscribe kind of different. Toggle delete. Oh, toggle delete is easy. Is this one? Toggle delete just needs Firebase. Um, we have to go to infra index.ts and we need a new role for that. For example, for toggle delete, but also the other one, we need the other one being update interested. Yep, we need a data store user or admin user. Yep, that's it. We need a read write access to data store. We have it here, but here there is way too much. Let me go slow, yeah. Because I have to double check what this update interested actually does. It does not send, it just does this fetch from Firebase, okay, and then update subscription state, does some job with the finding, with all Firebase job. And toggle delete is different because it also send emails. Okay, so let's do only this one. Let's go slow. Update interested. So git checkout -b update interested account. Nice. Service account. So we did give a good name, beta store user. Perfect. Perfect. So the first thing to do is apply this change. Let's see. Now we have the problem that it gets the last commit, which is not a good message for me. Let's ask this to Claude. Can we go do something, a better job? Yeah, we're talking about all of this. When I do Palumi up, it uses the last commit message as the message describing the changes. I'm not happy with that. Is there a way to provide better message for the changes? Okay, there you go. Passphrase. There you go. So we go Palami up -m and some message. And the message is added data store user. Right, because we don't want to make a commit for this. We make a commit for the whole thing or a branch. Well, I could do a commit for this, but I prefer doing this way. View in browser. So this is like a live. Will update on live. It's probably too quick. Actually, it's too slow. Ah, why is it not loading? 2 hours. Yeah. Good. Good job. Should I stop with this job and move to something else or keep on going? There you go. That's a comment. I didn't apply yet. I say it's a new account. Created. Yeah. I'm cold. There you go. Stop the account. Nice. Very good. Very good. This page uploading. I mean updating real time. Preview. No, it's not updating apparently. See when it finish. So I got a new user that I can create. What does it say? Preview. Update. Let's reload the page. So it's not live this page. Ah, the data store user. That's my commit message. Changes. So good. So good. So I like Palami. Mm, it makes very easy for me to do these changes. And I don't have to use the interface. That would be really problematic. Especially because, not because it's difficult to use the interface, it isn't, but to keep track. And I need to keep track and have something reproducible. Um, so now we need to create a new configuration for this new service account, which is a data store user. There you go, data store user option. No, it's an app check functions option. We want to use app check. Service account is data store users. And from what I know, there is no secrets. So we need to put this in, I'm exporting this in this way. Maybe it's not great, now this getting bigger. But it also provides a namespace, so put it there. So maybe it's not too bad. Yes. So now that we exported, we need to use it. And the function we are working on is update interested. Update interested can use this much more restrictive permission. Okay. Recommit and push with the message account for update interested function. Mm, now pull request. Okay, there is this log that I forgot to commit in the previous. That's fine. Now, update interest is not using the default method, but is using the default service account, but is using the store user account. Oh, I forgot that comment. That was just for me to remember what to add. I shouldn't, it wasn't meant to be kept. This will have to be eventually deleted, but we are still a long way from there. Okay, delete that comment. No need. It's already written here, it's written here. No secrets because it doesn't need secrets. Nice. So let's commit and push that little change, remove the comment. No need to leave a message here because we are squashing. So refresh. We can deploy functions before merging, so we can check if there is a problem. npm run deploy. I know I shouldn't do this live, but nobody's using the website now, so. And this takes time. We need to go, let's go to see the logs of the correct function, which is update interested. Besides, it doesn't keep the capitalization I gave. It goes lowercase. Logs. So in the logs, I should get, there you go, replace. No, that's old. That's my previous deployment. I should get the new deployment soon. It's doing it now, apparently. I don't know why this doesn't stream the logs. It definitely should. Ah, yeah, there you go. If you kind of force, you kind of go down with the um with the bar. You have to do like this. You kind of do a load. If you scroll with the scrolling wheel, it doesn't seem to trigger a reload. Nothing new came yet. Still trying to deploy. I see below, behind, beneath. It's still ongoing. So the next step, let's check the next step while this is deploying. We can do delete service account. Thanks for follow.
Matthew Halfman is now following.
Thank you for following, Matthew. So the next one was toggle delete. Toggle delete Firebase function handler is somewhere here. There. I think, this one needs two things. It needs Firebase user. Oh, I think this is like, would be better with string interpolation. But I probably was string interpolation before, and I changed to this because it was line too long. So it just needs this all is on Firestore, Firestore or data store permission, and email sending permission. There is no really email sending permission because it's using resend, but it needs the secret, so it needs secret manager. Okay. So let's test the previous change first. It's now deployed, which is this service account for update interested. So that one is done on the website with, let's go to the website, manage subscriptions. I need to put in my email, if that works, hopefully. validate email. Okay, should send an email with a link. There you go. I open the link and opens a new page, and the update interest is a function that can tick or untick the subscriptions. So it seems to work. Let's go to check the logs in the here. So this is still old. I know that I can force a reload in this way. Hi, Budget Pilot. Yeah. That's the name of the app. Hi, Matthew. Nice to meet you. Let's see what the output is here. There you go. Deleting email subscription, touch interested doc, because I think what I did is removed one subscription and kept the other. Okay, so that works. So that means I can now, if this is pushed, I can now merge the pull request. Already done. No, 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 that's the old one. That's the PR. Go check the diff. So this just change from info to debug. Here is the important change. I'm using data store user option for the Firebase function, which is defined here. The important change is that I'm using the data store user service account, which is then defined here in the Palami configuration, which just use as only the role data store user is read-write access to the database. Okay, that works for me, so we can merge. Confirm squash and merge. Squash and merge. Delete the branch. User usual thing. Check out main pool. Fetch all. Git delete branch. Update interested account. So basically, this is done. Worked. Done and dusted. Move to the next one. Toggle delete. So toggle delete is interesting because now we thought we were in a good place, but we aren't. We are in a good place. We know what we are doing now. We don't need AI to do anything, which means I've done this a couple of times. But the thing is now, none of these roles are good enough because toggle delete does uh, no, toggle delete is using data store user. Now, stop. Allora, I have to say the AI, please stop. I'm gonna snooze 10 minutes. Okay, please stop. I need these permissions. One is the data store user, and the other one is the secret manager. I have to think about a name. So I left it blank for now. There you go. That's the permissions. I goes on a single line. Fine. So I got something. This is a different type of name. Something is based on the permission email sender. Yeah? The fact that it has secret accessor is because it's sending email. Mm. Mm. I'm thinking two things. One is, well, if what if we have new secrets, and then this email sender doesn't make sense anymore because we have to give email sender to a function just because it's accessing a different secret and it's not sending emails. So that could be a problem. And so if now I have to create another function that also has email server and sender instead of data store, in addition to data store, maybe I compound the problem. That's what I'm thinking. Let's try to call this secret secret data store is funny. Data store and secret. Or if we just keep it expanded, the data store user secret access. Don't need to say access, so yeah, it's more correct. But when actually we only have secret access, so data store user secret. So that means we should call this secret. The only point where we mention service accounts here. It's really look bad, the secret. It's better to say secret access, really. What could be read? I need the quotes again. Data store user secret access. Right. So now we have to create the new options here. Data store users secret access options. A bit long, but at least it's descriptive. Callable options equal semicolon. Copy that as a starting point. And now we keep on going here, secret access. And now we use this to be exported here. And now we can change toggle delete to actually use that. Okay, goes on a new line, fine. So let's start with applying the Palumi configuration. Let's see if we can correctly identify that I deleted one service account and created a new one. So we go to the Palumi folder info, and I do Palumi app and -m commit message. It will be this created this and also the secret access. that one. And I deleted email sender. Right, now I might as well want to rename this to reflect the new name as secret access options. Nice. And this should have renamed everywhere in code, but don't forget to save. We apply the change to the infrastructure. So the service accounts, which are defined here, reload the page. One and change, what does that mean? All right, let's see. Yeah, it figure out that I'm deleting the email sender account and creating secret access. And then I created data store user secret access account. No, that shouldn't have happened like that. What did it say account.com? Uh, let's check this. Here. What does it say account.com? Oh, that was from the other line folding and confusing me. Oh, okay, correct. Yeah, yeah, all good. So do we want to apply the changes? Yes. So go here. Yes. Nice. So now we are temporarily breaking live because it's using a service account that does not exist anymore. Doesn't matter. No users now. We deploy immediately after. If it was a busy site, the right way of operating would be to add the new user, deploy, and then remove the new user. Now we can take the shortcut, deleting and adding together. Yeah, it goes one by one, remove the permission, remove the stuff. I like Palantir. It looks very, very well done, reliable. Not like Terraform at all, man. Terraform, such a pain, man. Palantir you set up, it just works. It doesn't bother you. Okay, that's fantastic. Not touching Terraform ever again. I wasted so much time with it. Secret access, great. And then let's have a look. Data store here. Data store users secret access, fantastic. So now we can deploy functions. Oh yes, Marshmallow, coming open the garden. Right, so it's updating. Um, Once it's done, we can check it. put here for check. The next one is unsubscribe. Unsubscribe is pretty straightforward. And let's check as well. Oh, fuck. Did I merge this function? No, I mean, main. Uh, I thought I didn't. Yeah, I did do that. I did update and such. I'm in main. That's great. Let's say check out a new branch. This is like toggle delete account. Nice. Let's commit the whole thing saying toggle delete service account and push it. Already done. I was commit and push. Okay. Create a PR. Right, we create a PR. We want to test it. We were waiting for the deployment. Deployment is complete. We can test it now. So that is done. The toggle delete function is here in delete my data and this request deletion. Ooh, it failed. Nice. Okay, that's why we are checking. Internal, nothing visible here. We go in the logs, toggle delete. Will be a permission denied, I suppose. Ah, yeah, yes, because it's sending me. But yes. All right. I give the permission correctly, but I forgot to put the secret. Uh, that's why email was correct, but maybe it's okay. We want to give access. It can potentially access secrets, but if we don't put that there, it doesn't work. So we have this little problem. I made a mistake there. Git commit and push. Nice. And we have to redeploy. Now we are testing permission. So I think I really need to deploy. I can't do it in the emulator, but it's something I don't know for sure. What is my dog is doing? My God. So it takes a little bit of time. Once it's finished, we can test it again. And the next one is unsubscribe. Does that send email? Don't think so. Um, yeah, it does not send an email. Right, so unsubscribe is pretty straightforward. Let's push it in the same branch to save time. Because this is very simple. That the only thing we need to do is to use the already created data store viewer permission. Ooh, no, that doesn't work because there's app check. Oh, it's so nuanced. It's almost like a data store viewer permission, but without app check. I think either we define it here or we do something there like anyway, this is deployed. When I think what to do for that, we can try again this request deletion and see if it works. Now it works because it's able to send the emails. Okay. The email are on Yahoo, not on Google. I'm just double checking that I got them. Yep. No, I didn't. It's different. Did I get them in spam folder? No. Okay. Let's cancel immediately before I forget. Yeah, so it's sending emails. Not sure why I didn't get it on Yahoo, but okay. So this is now done. So service account for toggle delete, done, checked, everything works. So we were saying service account for unsubscribe. I was going to say this is very simple. Just use the data store viewer account. But the problem is the unsubscribe can be called from outside the website. And so it can't have the app check. So that means I don't have an option that works for it. And actually, it's not even viewer; it's user. Because of course I'm subscribed, not only reading but doing changes. We have to create a new one. Const, but I don't even know how to call it because it's similar to that, but without app check. Let's call it 2 for now while I think about a name. Yeah? Just to make it compile. Similar to that, but instead of app check function options, is use the base function option where enforce app check. So actually what we can do is spread this one and just say enforce subcheck to false. I don't know if I actually use the base anywhere. Actually, yes, yeah. Maybe if I then delete this, I can delete the base and put it in here. Check. Okay. So this would be a data store user options if it weren't for app check. So let's go no app check. Okay. So that means let's put it together. What the heck is going on? Oh, there was rename here, but not there. I see what happened. Let's put this here first, one thing at a time. And let's use it for unsubscribe. Nice. Now, I think um, the account, the service account is good that is called secret access. But this role here would really be called email because it refers the email. So instead of secret access option could be really renamed back to email sender option, keeping this secret access because it's correct. It gives access to all secrets. So let's rename this one to email sender option. Let's see if it fixed also here the export. No, it did not. But we know that we now can use the shorthand syntax. I think there is another place where I use the same terminology for the account with two. Let's look for secret here. One is this, secret access, and the other is this, data store secret access. Oh, okay. Instead, we call it, no, where is rename? Can't find rename symbol. Data store user email sender. No, the store user to say instead of secret access, email sender. So the email sender is a secret access plus the secret resend secret. But this has stayed correctly the same because it gives access to any secret in theory. But this options only to this secret. So that's the confusion I had before. Hold on. So now let's do this. Let's go break stuff. There is one function here that has to be make email send. Okay, done. That's it. So apart this renaming, we were trying to do the unsubscribe one. Ooh. Yeah, we are still in the same branch. We didn't merge it. Yeah, let's push this in the same branch. I forgot to merge. The toggle delete is using that. That's not the point. The new function we're working on is the unsubscribe. The unsubscribe is now using the custodial. Okay, no app check, so we can call it from anywhere. Let's send this. No need to run Palami here. This will trigger a new build. Let's deploy. Build is in progress. We can look at the changes. They are more than I expected. Yeah, 50 lines. Yeah, because the formatting caused quite a bit of white space changes. So let's ignore the white space changes here. Let's add to the URL. Is there a way in the interface? I don't know. I always had this WE1 in the URL. Okay. Now we should have less changes to look at. Correct. Correct. Nice. I like this. Yep. Correct. Yep. We name that to more generic. Perfect. This is great. Yeah, it's getting the doc ID. Is it based only on the doc ID? So it's just getting the doc ID out. And then we go back here. I just did it by the doc ID. Okay. All right. 3 hours. Yeah, we're going for almost 3 hours now. Um, just thinking how to double check this. When we deployed, okay, we have a URL to unsubscribe. We know that we have to pass the doc ID, so we can run it like that. Yeah, it says missing doc ID. Doc ID is this is just a get. We put a wrong doc ID on purpose. It just says unsubscribe successfully. I think the reason why I say unsuccessfully here because they want to be idempotent. So if someone sends unsubscribe twice, well, this doc ID is unsubscribed because it doesn't exist anymore. So this message is correct. From the point of view, I can run it multiple times and always get the same result. Now, let's go reload here, interested. We got 2 subscriptions. Yeah, that's the doc ID, which is repeated here. So let's copy that. I'm deleting my subscription to waiting list. So to double check that it still work after we change the permission, I put this doc ID equal the correct doc ID. Still says some subscribe successfully, but the difference is that now the document is gone. Perfect. So it works great. So we already tested that. We can move it to done, even though we are now have to merge the PR. There. And actually we did 2 things. Toggle delete and unsubscribe. Okay, now the message is correct. Delete the branch. Git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all. And git delete, toggle delete account. Nice. So going back to the planning board, we have only 2 functions. One is interested. That one should need a data store user because what it does, no, this is just internal computation. What we're looking at, interested. Let's close, let's keep that open. Where is interested now? There. Valid request, nothing, it's just an internal computation. That find and save. So this is only related to Firestore or data store. Save means it's changing the data store, creating documents, deleting documents. Ah, also sends email. Okay. That's it. That's all it does. So do we have something that sends email and also use data store user email sender? That's it. We have already, it's this one. So in interested, we can use instead of web function option, data store user email sender. So let's create a branch. So I think these 2 are very similar, very simple. Let's do both. And then we finished. Oh no, there's still one more here. So let's create a generic branch called functions accounts. Yeah. So this is okay. We'll have to check it, but it's okay for now. The second one is fetch a user data. Is using the too big permission. I think this says just a data store user, but I will double check. So we go here, fetch delete status by user ID, find subscription, fetch user ID, this all data store stuff. Oh, marshmallow. Right, so this is just data store. So I already have is a data store user option, data store. So we have email sender. It's not sending email. No app check. Now we need app check for that. Yeah, this one. So we've done fetch user data correctly. Now let's put it in review. Yeah, can close. Okay, dog was hungry. So. Um, now I have to get like yeah the tickets. Yeah, fetch user data. Yeah, that is fine. In fact, we move to review. Service account for interested. I know it's fine. Yeah, we can move to review. Yeah, we'll double check them, but they are done. And service account for get custom token. Um, we didn't check yet. And that custom token is using auth. Is using local, so I don't know it even matters. But uh, let's see what we got in the account created. What we got. Something with auth. Because the goal is to delete that. And I think now the only one that uses that is this one. The reason why it's not yet an error. Actually, is it used anywhere else? Now it's an error because it's not exported anymore. Okay, so this is just base should not be exported as well because it should be just an internal way to build on. Actually, I don't know if I need it still because base is used where solo only there. Yeah, so I don't need base anymore. I can just merge it in there, so I can get all this base stuff. Merge it in AppCheck, which is the new base. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Oh, we don't need any more HTTPS option. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake because the unsubscribe is actually an HTTP request, the only one. Not here, but here on request. I don't know if that matters. No app check is defined here. I just change it to HTTPS option. Right, so now enforce subsec is not even relevant anymore. So that means we can't really spread that one because it has up check. Ooh. Or we just don't care because it's not a runtime error. All of this to say get custom token. The only thing they use is the authentication. And I don't even know if I have a service account that is good for that. Let's go back to infra index.ts because I'm becoming confused here. Oh, if we can see easily the service accounts here. Aha. So I don't. So I need a new service account called that has access only to the auth admin. Maybe not even admin. Yes, creating a custom token. Mm, that makes no sense, this suggestion. Um, it needs s- something similar to this, maybe not even admin. Oh, come on, stop it. Let's go grab this file in infra for Firebase auth, and it's called rows list. Uh-huh. We have two, admin and viewer. I'm not sure viewer is enough. I suppose it is. So now we got a name, auth viewer. Okay, goes on one line. Um, and now that I've done that, let's apply Palumi app with a message created auth viewer. Okay, so this is applying the change, creating the new service account. In a second, it should output. Well, two things to create. The reason why it's two is because one is a service account and the other is the permission added or the role added to the service account. Okay, that looks good. Perform the change, yes. So now that I have a new, or will have soon a new auth viewer service account, I can go to my configuration file, delete the old stuff here, and create a new configuration for a function that has, one second, Marshmallow. Okay, I open for you. I give him food, now he wants to go out, fine. Yeah, created all good, fantastic. So the one that we created was auth viewer. Yeah, there is account.com, but this is just because that's the wrap of that one. Auth viewer account, auth viewer. Let's put it here. No, this is a data store. Keep all the data store together. Let's put it here then. Const auth viewer options is a callable options with a service account of viewers and no secrets. that looks good to me. And now I put it second after email send. Let's keep the same order. Actually, scheduler option is the first one there. Let's keep it first as well. Schedule option goes first. That's fine. The other thing I want to change is in app check options, I could say no secret. So I don't need to say every time. So now this is completely isolated, different from the other. You have a secret here. I don't need to say no secrets because it's already defined in app check as no secret. And it has to be explicit like that because I had a problem before. If you redefine a function, it doesn't overwrite it. Same, I can keep on deleting that. What's he doing? What's he doing? No, my dog. Yeah. Then it's a secret. Okay. So now in get custom token, I can say auth viewer. I'm getting so distracted by this dog now. Okay, so now it's all good. We can go through each one. No function is using the default account. Okay, that's very good. So now I can go commit this thing. Create a PR. Give a look to the changes. The conversion is finished. Let's deploy. And then we have to try everything, make sure everything works. This is still building. It's built, we can merge. So now we can have to wait there without doing anything. Aye. Okay. It's deployed. So just to make sure everything is on the same page, I'm going to also deploy web, even though I already done it, just to make sure. And I also have to wait for that. So at the end. And then we have to check everything, everything works. Fetch and delete functions accounts. Nice. So many duplicated tabs. All right, so let's run this function once more. Let's go to the website. Let's try a bit of everything. Subscribe to that. Good. Apply as a tester. Good. Subscription. Good. I should have received an email. Yes. Okay. Open that page. Loads correctly. Let's change something like that. Excellent. And so I delete my data. Request deletion. cancel deletion, and deletion itself we rejected before. So I think this is everything. This is not using any particular functions. And we didn't test this on the contact request. Oh, message for website. Yeah, I did again. No, I didn't. Not yet, at least. Ah. So let's check this contact us. What the heck went wrong with it? I didn't receive an email. That's bad. So let's go to the functions. There should be a contact function. Ah, this is not the same as the Cloud Console. I can do ulogs. It goes to the Google Cloud Console. Okay. I sent to info at budget pile. Let's change it to send it to, I think that has been a little of a problem. Let's change it to my personal address instead. Where is it? Send with resend. No more lose me. Stop it. I'm trying to work. Ah, I almost finished this. Just didn't send the email. I don't understand where it gets to. Ah, this owner email. Ah, okay. Let's just change to my personal email. That probably works better. Okay, so now we check out FMB on email to Gmail. Git, you're in web, okay. Git, no, it's functions. Do I have a, yeah, do I have that? I don't need to do cd, I have an alias for that budget by web. Okay, so git commit and push, we're already in the branch. Changed owner email to Gmail. It's more important I receive the messages. Okay. Create a very small PR with a change. Why is it taking so long? Why is doing? Why I think let's reload this page. Yeah. So once this is done, we want to just deploy web right away. npm run deploy. No, this was called in the backend. I have to deploy the backend. Made a mistake. Well, it's not a problem if you deploy web as well. Web is deployed already. Backend takes longer and it's in progress. In the meantime, it's running a test, but there is nothing that can fail because we just changed the email. There is no test checking the email. It's has some particular value. This is the last thing of. That's fine. It does. There is this. There is this. Let's ask Claude. I think it's the command line command. No, this Slack. Let's ask Claude. Same. Whoa, they copied the core. Is oh no, maybe it's slightly different. Very similar. Okay, so when I Claude and I want to ask Claude new chat. How can I delete environment variable previously added to my Firebase cloud function? I think using gcloud command line. The name of the variables I want to delete are Gmail user and Gmail pass. It's not a function. Is there, are there in the Firebase JSON? Is this a file that I should be concerned about? Let me open it in the other screen. Firebase JSON. Do I have environment variables here? I don't see them. And it looks like there is no secret here. Okay, for Gmail, there is nothing like that. Well, I know I'm wasting talking. There is no mention of those variables in Firebase.json. Uh-huh. In the meantime, we've done that PR. Let's merge it. Okay. So here, git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all. Git del owner email to Gmail. Okay. So here in functions, there is two ways. One is saying the function name, and the Firebase way does not use the function name. Let's use the Firebase way. Wait a second, the name is wrong. Okay. But the thing is, why did it convert with a dot? Oh, I might have some secrets. Let's see. I don't know we're using only the secret manager, but let's do this in another screen. Nothing. Let's try the other way. So we just have to deploy, change your function name. Okay. Yeah, we didn't deploy yet, so we can change, can test. I think if I look at interested, I have to go in this, let's close some of the stuff that we don't need now. Okay, let's keep a few tabs open. Nice. So I go to Cloud Run or functions, Cloud Run functions, and I get any function that is related to send an email, like interested. And then I go to not security. Hmm. Where would I see the environment variables? Source? No, source will just show me the source code, isn't it? But by the way, every function I have things that shouldn't be here, like coverage. Pretty much everything. I didn't expect that. Yeah, every function has all the source code. Maybe it's there just for being able to um, do a good job with the stack trace. I swear I saw the environment variables before. SLO, no. Logs, no. Revisions, maybe revisions. Ah, there you go. I think it's here. There you go. So they are still there. So this is interesting, but should I do a function by function? So the function name interesting. By the way, that password is already deactivated, so I can show it to you, no problem. This password not working. Delete it. So let's run with this. So it show the environment variables of interested. None. What I'm missing, if I remove format, will it describe the function? Yeah, I found a function. Ah, I found the environment variable. So I think that command doesn't quite work. Let's see if the delete works. So the command, that command actually works if I remove this format. The problem is the format. Now let's say interested, remove those environment variables. Do I need a deploy for that? Apparently not. Gcloud ignore. Hmm. Taking a while. Ah, it's updating the function. Python functions. Why says Python? Ah, because this is Python. The script is written in Python from Google. What a horrible language, Python. TypeScript is bad, but Python is much worse. Raining again. Mm. So is it so slow to remove an environment variable? Or two? They're still there, by the way. But that's probably has to deploy a new version. Yeah, it's gone. Mhm. That's the default storage bucket. Okay. So as we reload this page, we now can see that the environment variables are gone. But the problem is this might be present in every page, in every function. Let's go to check. This revision place. Yep. Annoying. This will take forever. But it's part for this ticket. Yep. So let's do it. So that the Firebase config is added everywhere with a single command. I think that's what happened. So is there a way to do multiple functions at once? Or should I stick to what works? Let's get a list of those functions that have to be done first. One is contact. Nice. I press the name. I will type it because it seems the copy didn't work. Selection was not correct. Then fetch interested, even though it doesn't need emails, it's probably there because I think it was added everywhere. Correct. I don't know the syntax. Contact fetch interested. Maybe it's a comma, maybe not. Fetch user data. Yep. Let me try to ask. Okay. Um, I used this command on one function and it worked. Okay. Um, I cannot go beyond. Um, is there a way to apply it to all functions? Alternatively, is there a way to apply it to a list of functions, such as it's not a complete list, but I'm just interested in the syntax now. Right. No question mark, but it's okay. So, all right, there are a couple of ways to handle this. Right. You can do a for loop in which you define a variable and you then this is not very helpful because it's very very slow for each one. I might as well paste this line. Apply to all functions. Yeah, that's what I want. G-Cloud. Okay, that's better. Let's try this one. So you kind of list all the functions. Let's see if that works first. Listing the functions. Um, let's copy the whole thing out. Informant text careful. Okay. No, no, no. So let's try if this list works. It does. So let's try to apply this to all the functions. What's base name? We remove any slash maybe, but there isn't any. So probably will pass through. Since this will take a long time, let's ask what does base name do? Here, base name. Extract the final component of file path. Yeah, but there is no component, so it does nothing. Yeah. We saw that the functions are already my return that include the path. That was not the case. Okay, so in my case, it shouldn't do anything. Updating functions may take a while. I know. I know. So while this is being done, I also want to deploy function, but I cannot do it at the same time I'm updating them. Mm, 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 mm. So right here I'm on main and already pulled. I'm all good here. Yeah. So while this goes, let's check the tickets. This is in progress. I have to pick a new ticket, which is maybe this, the testing approval. This is something I asked Claude before. It was this one. Can I go to, can I, can I switch to old chat without asking the question? Why it doesn't work? Let's try to, probably it's stuck. Let's try to relaunch. Load. This in the meantime is doing weird stuff. Okay, Claude relaunched. Can I go to all the Google Play console email list? I think that's the one. No. What's that? No, that was another. Google Play email list retrieval. Yep, that's the one. So basically, what I'm trying to do is this. In the Google Play console for Android app, there are mailing lists. Well, not really mailing. Well, they are mailing lists, but they are for giving access to a particular track, where track can be internal testing or closed testing. So, for example, internal testing in testers says people subscribe to budget pilot testers, and then I have closed testing list. And here I want to ask, I asked Claude, how can I get this list programmatically? And he said, yeah, there is a way by the Google Play Developer API and creating a service account with the necessary permissions, which I don't know where they are, what they are. But here in infra, I previously got a list of all permissions in here, roles list. So we can try to grab by play, let's start with play, roles list and see what we got. Nothing. Okay. Android is Not sure. Maybe we can continue this chat and ask what the rules are. In authentication, what roles should I add to the service account to that's the one. Is that the one? Scopes. Um, to this is just showing how to go to get those email lists. Let's try that. Hopefully, it still has the context of this old question. Yes, it has the context because it said go play console. Yeah, never go play. No, it's no. What I'm trying to say is the in the configuration here, info index ts. There you go. Let's copy the whole thing. Um, I don't want to do the point and clicky things. I'm trying to set up a service account using Palumi, and at the moment I have those. Can you add a new one with the correct roles? Don't um, tell me to go through the interface. I already enabled. Play and the developer play developer API. Boom. I copy this. Okay, let's put this. Play Android API. Well, it's not exactly the name, but I think you will get it. There. There you go. Was it that hard? That's what the thing I wanted to know. Play console admin. Ooh, that's a bit Android publish. Okay, so let's try to refine this. Ooh, that doesn't match what I have in the file because I this is the full list of all the roles. So I'm not sure if the name that he got is correct or not because it doesn't match. Let's see here in index TS. I think I have, yeah. Okay, let's say that I asked gcloud CLI for a list of all the roles with yum roles list, and I then grab from Android and with grep I see that those roles you mentioned don't exist. So let's make this consistent. Let's say I put this in a file. Okay, go. Don't exist in Google Cloud YAM. I apologize for the confusion. Ah, the Google Play Console API access and Google Play Console interface, not YAM roles. The service account just needs basic permission to make API call. Ah, it changed completely. So what is that Android management user then? So now it's telling me to use service users consumer. Let's see if it exists. Yeah, it does. Okay. I don't want to do that. But I think there is nothing else. Can it so two questions. First question is this role. So I don't need to add the role. And the second question is can the second point and clicky step be done with Palumi instead? Let's see how the script is going in the meantime. It's still doing. Oh my god! One function at a time. Every function takes forever. Okay. Let's see. Do you need that? No, you don't need roles Android management user. The role is for Android enterprise management. What the heck is that? Um, Managing corporate Android devices, which is completely different from Google Play Console API access. Manage corporate Android. Okay, okay. Can the Play Console permission be automated? Unfortunately, no. The Google Play permission must be granted manually. Okay. There is no API. Oh my god. This is by design. Your Oh, it just changed. Before he said I need service usage consumer, which is probably not even. This is just to see. I'm sure this is totally not related. Let's go to see the description of that. Ability to inspect service state on operation and consume quote and billing. Yeah, don't care about billing for this. Okay. Oh, very bad. So it's keep on hallucinating. So no configuration needed. No Palami stuff at all. So the only thing actually needed is so to have a developer account. Not a developer account. To grant a service account from my developer account. That's confusing. Okay. So I'm on main. For this new endeavor, I need to create a new function. Maybe I can start with that while it's doing this. So in function scripts uh, handler, we want on-call handler, let's say that now all that I'm so this we need a function to send an email to people in the in this email list. But let's start the step one. The step one is just get a list of those emails. So let's make a function, and maybe I will delete later. That only thing it does is retrieve a Play Store email list. I don't know how to call it. Let's call it PlayTS for now, but I'm going to think about a name right now. It can be called list emails. How do you call this thing? It's called testers list name. Eh. So one thing that we can name it with the eventual function scope reason for the function, which is like email list send mails to list or send mail to list. Okay, good. So now let's say let's create the skeleton for that. So copy that. Now need to import on call that comes from functions, Firebase functions is outside the screen here. There you go. Import on call from Firebase functions. Here I need to close. Yep. And then I don't need HTTPS error, at least for now. And then I have to import CFG. Okay, the AI suggested the import. That's good. And we have to give the name to the function as send mail to list. Excellent. And let's say let's do something like how to send a response for the function. I want to send let's get some other function. On call it's just returning. This delete status. Yeah, I will just transform to can just return some structure will be converted to JSON automatically, I think. So just say return just a string, whatever. I think I can return anything. Okay, just to start, test the function. Let's see how this script is going. It's still going, man. Okay, so we have a skeleton of a new function. Now, I have to find a correct account. I think because this will eventually send email. Email send looks like a good security to apply to this function, account to apply this function. Okay. And then for the function to actually be deployed, it has to be included in index.ts, like the exported here, as send email to list from and send email to list JS. Apparently, I call it mail to list, not email. Okay. Fine. Can keep the name. Right. So then we have to find a way to call this function. But I think for start, I can call it this from the shell. The problem is the shell, the Firebase emulator. But the problem is I don't think I want to run the emulator while it's deploying. I don't want to mess up anything. So I'm not quite sure. I might go on with the next steps. Ah, here is a problem. Now I need to add permission in the play console for the email sender. But the email sender is only allowed to do secret access. I'm quite sure that I want to use Firebase as well for this function because Firestore, so the database, the NoSQL database called Firebase NoSQL database, which is called Firestore. So this will not be enough just after. So I think I need to use data store user email sender option. So data store user and email senders. So let's switch to use that. Yeah, you got it. There. Yeah, so now we can go to check that this is the service account, the data store user at domain. So let's go to check in Google Cloud. I open a new tab because I want to keep that for later. And here I look for IAM, the identity management. And there I look for this service account. There you go. There, whose full name is this. This is the full name of the service account we are going to authorize to use the Play Store. So let's copy it here for reference. So let's go back to Claude. And it says, go to the Google Play. So we can go on with the rest of the instruction now that we know which service account to use. So the Google Play console is here. Yep. Then it says, console settings, developer account API access. Let's try here. I'm resizing a little bit to make it fit. Yeah. Sorry. Console settings. Let's try to go here. Console settings. Here you go. The home page. And then what? Developer account API access. App transfers. Monetization. Pricing template. Interesting. So this is like not even related to the app. Is oh, settings. Developer account is not in settings. It's here. Probably is that what you want to go? API access. About you. Developer profile. Maybe not. What we got here? Pricing templates, payment profile, license testing, invoice for payments, external, alternative bill. This is all monetization, linked service, app transfer. That was developer account. Right. But here in developer account, I just have app transfer, benchmarking, email list, game project, linked service. Yeah, that should be the one. Link your Google developer account to Google Ads to Firebase to access remarketing list. Why remarketing? It's not marketing, remarketing. And in-app conversion data. Allow automatic tracking and stuff. Okay. Why it's already linked? 1 year ago? Um, right. Managing file. So let's clarify. I don't have. I go to Play console settings, developer account, and there isn't an API access option. What I found is, let's go back to there. Yeah, app transfer, benchmarking, email list. Ah, yeah, this is just the console to manage the list. Can I also rename it to make it? No, right? Because when I call it BP, the other budget file. Ah, yes, I can rename it. What was it called? Leave and discard. Close testing, yeah. BP internal testing. Yeah, so it's more consistent since we are at it. Nice. So I hope that will be reflected also on the testing tracks. But basically, but I find is linked services. Okay. And Firebase, yeah, my Firebase project is already linked. Does it mean I am good to go? Yeah, it looks like Google is making changes to the Play Console interface in the API access section have been moved and changed. Google Play reporting API access no longer requires linking a developer account to Google Cloud Console. I am binding. If your Firebase project is already linked, you're good to go. This linking offer provides the necessary API Okay, good. And I have a simple test. What is that? Oh, that's really. So I think this kind of setup is if you have to do stuff manually. Why is he doing it and I publish? Mm. So okay, I don't think I am using Firebase functions and the service account is already granted in the function configuration. Okay. So I don't think I need to do Google hours. This is my current skeleton. This is my current skeleton function. How can I integrate the test code above in this function? I believe I don't need to run, let's say, Google Auth manually. Let's put the source code. You're absolutely right. When using Firebase function, the service account authentication is handled automatically as auto. Okay, that's good. Why did it become more complicated? What? What the heck, man? It was this long. You don't need to do this bit and this bit. You don't need to do any of this bit. And now it became 10 times longer. Oh, God. Let's see how the. Oh, it's finished. Okay, so this was applied to everywhere. Let's do an npm run deploy of all functions, including the new function, which is just a skeleton. Yeah, I can keep it that in the background. So let's see what it says. No matter replace a package name with Android package name. Yeah, we can do that. Why is it so long? So basically what goes inside the request, where I put my OK here, instead of that is all this thing. We can copy all these things until this return and do this. And there are some little problems here and there, but this is probably an import. So see the import Google from Google APIs. I probably don't have it. Yep. I don't have it. And that solved one of the problems. There are still lots of error. Where does this error come from? Catch error. I know why. Yeah, is of type unknown. Yeah. Okay. The way to solve this is just say string error, so this will work with any object. There you go. Same here. Keep on doing the same. Yeah, your suggestion was good, but string error. And same here. Okay. So what else? What else? What else? Yeah, Google APIs. So there is just a package. Let's not ask the AI for that. Let's say npm Google APIs, Google API Node.js client. There you go. So just an npm install Google API. So let's okay. Yeah, okay. We are working with this. So this is the new function. npm install Google APIs. Okay. So that should solve this problem eventually. Let me try npm install on its own as well. Okay, no, it just took a little bit of time to realize, but it's done. So there are still a few issues here. One is this list does not exist. Okay. So let's see what else there is here. Dot. Ah, there is a get. No, it's not even suggested. The AI is suggesting get, but does it actually exist? Probably not. That's another hallucination. Yeah, not exist. Yeah. Uh, hmm. What does it say? It does not exist. Yeah. Yeah. So let's fit that back. Property list does not exist on type resource application, and let's say on this line problem line, I'm outside the screen, is that one. What else did you change them? Yeah, I had to still to replace the package name, thanks. Um, Android Publisher v3 package name is gone. It's different. It's totally different. What the heck? There's two. Why is it indented like that? I don't know what changed. Let's copy the whole thing. And we already know how. Oh, there was a lot more until here, yeah. And yeah, we'll have to reapply the other changes. That was not even correct. Not sure anymore. I think open parenthesis, open brace. So after the return, suggest to add one more. Okay, yeah, that was correct. Okay, so let's fix those. String error. There are a couple more. Okay, that's not too bad. There and there. That's it. That's it. So now your package name. I'm not sure what is the package name. I think it's com Steve Low Budget Pilot. So now let's go to check here. Here you go, com Steve Low Budget Pilot. Great. Great. Now we can we could deploy the function. Or we can run it Why is he doing so much, man? We can run it in the shell. So if we do npm run shell, we can now call the function, send email to list, and we have to pass object with a data empty object inside because of the on-call functions on how they work. Undefined. There is a lot of stuff out, but a 4.1 doesn't look good. Okay. There you go. Copy everything from here until the end. Now I press enter, I should get the prompt, yep. If I go to Z to just review that and read it a little bit easier, I think going to the top, Google API requested. XP console API failed. Gaxios error. Request is missing. Required authentication credential. Expected auth to access token. Login cookie or everyone verification credential. Okay. So as consequence of that, missing. Okay. Right. I had to modify the code slightly to make it work. Here is the current code. Let's copy that first. So I don't have to do the changes once again over and over. Okay. And I got an authenticated, not authorized, authenticated result attached to. So I think it will go as an attach. Let's go to copy the actual output. So I paste it, we go as an attachment. Okay, cool. If it's longer than a certain size, it goes an attachment. Ah, okay, okay. No, let's deploy. Mm. Hmm. You know what? I will do what suggested, but I want to first deploy and try as is, and after do the thing because it seems to add one more variance. So like if I run locally and it works, I don't even know if it will work remotely. So let's first make it work remotely. So let's do a deploy. And I know to call a remote function manually, there is a way, and I wrote that way in the schedule function. Okay, I can trigger them from the command line. Okay, so I have some little issues. So I can just remove request if I don't need it. Then it says line 16, now they are different. Replace this with the actual package name is not needed anymore. Okay, let's try again now. There will be more, but I the lines number don't correspond anymore because of the reformatting, so I want fresh warnings. 89, what are long lines? This one is long. Let's remove console. Okay, let's see what are the problem. Test errors defined but never used. Okay. And the line length of 101. Go to play console settings, link service. Uh, message solution. Remove the go to, does not information. 95, now it's long, 96. I already mentioned Firebase above, so let's see if it's an issue. Maybe it's okay. Okay. Errors defined but never used. I saw that putting underscore. Do I have to use single underscore or just remove it? Silent. Let's do this then. Come on. I have to strict the rules. This time it will work. Let's sit up. Right, so this will take a while and is going to deploy remotely. However, there is an option to use the local emulator support. Let's checking that. If the local emulator is on, what is he doing? Ah, yeah. He's doing the authentication by hand. That's what he's doing. So I don't want to come. Oh, it failed. Failed to make a request to. What was it doing that? This is not my fault. This is a error in the Google API, I think. Maybe transient. Let's try to run it again. So it's doing the authentication by hand here, passing the scopes. All right. The default credential. So that's why it says you have to do this to set the default credential, which is gcloud auth application default login. And then here, right, it creates that passing the auth. In production instead is automatic auth. Automatic auth. That's the only change for sure, is the authentication. So I think I can introduce this later. Let's see if it works in production. It seems to be working now, the deployment. So to call a function, I can do this manual trigger, something like this. Let's go to Z. Let's delete this. And instead of scheduled, I want to run the function called send mail to list, which doesn't do that yet, but there you go. So once available, that's the line to execute it. Hey, Ano, how do you read your name? Anoxidus? Not sure. Nice to meet you, mate. How's it going? I'm struggling with Firebase functions connecting to uh, Google Play console API. Actually, this is yeah, new chapter after I've been finished the like making all this function or use the default service account, which is way too permissive. This is like interesting stuff now because ah this we have to double check if it worked. Yeah, what is deploying? I can check that. We removed Gmail user and password. We are not using function variables anymore to pass secrets, and we are not using Gmail. So we are using only the secret manager and not for Gmail. So that variable is gone. To double check that, I have to go to functions, Cloud Run functions, and go on those functions one by one. There, starting from contact, go to revisions, and in here there is no Gmail anymore. Good. That was the first one I've done. So, and then fetch interested, revision, no Gmail. Then back again, fetch user data, revisions, no Gmail. Get custom token, revisions, there, good. Next, interested, revisions, clean, scheduled, revision, very good. Send mail to list, revisions. I've not done enough to use if I forget. Still forget, no there. Great. Now we just have the secret manager instead. Cool, cool, cool. Send mail to list. Oh, that's a new function. Toggle delete, revision. Okay, it's clean. just confirm and subscribe. Last two functions. Revisions. Oh, oh, that has Gmail creds, which was perhaps an older version of this. Aye, so we need to delete those. Yeah, deployment work, that's good. So let's go back for Gmail. There you go. We don't want to run this on every function, but only on that one. Otherwise, it'll take forever. Oh, that's fine. This one. So we remove the environment variable called Gmail creds from a function named unsubscribe. There. So let's go back to unsubscribe later. Let's go to the last one. Update interested. Revisions. And it looks good. Oh, there was only one. Okay, this is updating. Now that it's deployed on the other path that we're doing it, we can. It does console log instead of using the logger, but it's fine. This is a rough test. It doesn't matter. And console log does go in the log, so it's okay. It's good enough for now. Okay, this takes too long, so what I'm gonna do is run the function by hand in the meantime. We can do that at the same time because it's updating another function. So there you go. We call the function and I prepare the logs open, send email to list, never called before, logs. There will be a little bit of log for the deployment itself. Let's wait for it to load. There you go. Create internal service. This is the deployment.
Queenly 144 is now following.
Oh, thanks. You're clicking out of the gameplay. Building the game. My stream to Elda002. I think this, not sure if you're a real person. Let me know if you're a real person or not a bot. So, okay, so let's execute the function. 400 error, bad request. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know why. It's because I need to send the payload. Let's ask this to Copilot just to switch things up. I am trying to call Firebase on call function from the command line and it failed. I know why. It's because the payload or the body is missing. Let's call it payload, I'm not sure. Payload is missing and it should be something like data. Yeah, I just copied that, but not the command, which is the most important part. Ah, no, I did comment. Um, can you help me with an updated command that also sends the payload? Right. That's a good question. Yeah, so let's see. You write on the calls, calling on call. Yeah, there you go. You know what? Let's add this to the comment. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I know you can put more stuff. I copy that. All right. So let's go here. Let's put a comment here. This can go on a single line, so it's easy to be copied. Nice. Boom. Let's execute it. Clean the screen. Go. Will it work? Will it not work? No idea. Crashed. Yeah, unauthorized. Why is it changed? Because I added a comment. So that's why I didn't want to do the local authorization changed, because I want to see does it work remotely first, and it does not. So the details are in the logs. Now I don't think oh okay, hold on. We were also doing the other part of the job. I was deleting the credential there, and there was the unsubscribe function, and we were removing Gmail creds. I already see there they are removed, but let's double check here to have the full picture. Yep, gone. That's fantastic. So that means that this ticket is now done. Yeah, 5 hours. We're getting to 5 hours. No water here. No, fortunate. Okay, get later. So let's do this. Let's copy this bit for later. This bit. And I put it in Z to not forget. There. So later we will try the local authentication. But now I don't want to change the function before the remote authentication. I don't want to complicate the function before it actually works remotely. Because this does nothing to make it work remotely, but only local. Okay. So where's my editor? There you go. So what I want to do is okay. Go to the logs. Find the function send. I can't see it. Send email to this. Yeah, I can see it. Logs. There you go. The first time is request body is missing data. That's not the one. The second one request 3 minutes later is this one. Yeah. Failed to validate our token. Yeah. Firebase ID is incorrect. Old claim. Expected main budget pilot. That's a different. Interesting. That's a different message. Okay, I understand the change. What you are saying about the local manual authentication. However, before changing, adding complexity, I want to make sure, I want first to make sure that the function works remotely deployed in production. I will add the local auth later. Turns out the implementation doesn't work. In prod, it does not work. Here is the current error. Dunque, careful with the minutes. There you go. This is the initial post of the function. Nothing important there. The second bit is this one. More, I can remember more. Is where there is the actual message. So let's copy the whole thing. Incorrect ID as an incorrect audience claim. Expected my merge parameter. I got Google user content. I have no idea what that means. And there is another log line after. Which does not add that much. But let's put it that there. I changed the code slightly. Here is the current incarnation. There, let's copy the whole function again. There. Wait a second. Did I make no, that should be fine. What's it going? Going out is going. A different how's it possible? Ah, that's the info subcheck, I think. Uh, I finally hit the limit. But I'm out of free messages until 10 p.m. That is I use it a lot. That is say 3 hours and a half later. Oh yeah, that's fair. I use it a lot. But I know I understand the error. Yeah, is the app check. My god, look at that. The AI is suggesting correctly. Yeah, so hold on. Let's ask this to compile where I still have messages. Okay, I call this function as maybe the quotes making a mess. So this remove the quotes. Um, if that function requires has, let's use a proper terminology, up check enforced, will this call work? I think the answer is no, and that's the problem I just have. Not quite, Stefano. If app check is enforced for your own call function, calling it from the command line won't work unless the request includes a valid app check token, and the CLI does not automatically generate or attach one. Why it fails when app check is enabled? Fire check app check in only trusted environments temporarily disable app check. Let's do that. So let's temporarily disable app check for this user. No a big deal. Just remember, just trying to find where the fuck it is. um, there is one no app check data store user option. Oh, oh, that's used where? Nowhere. Wait, this is kind of a side issue, but just trying to understand. Include the web, no? Include the functions. Yeah, it's using unsubscribe. The only problem with that is that app check is not disabled because I'm using data store user option, and there's to say enforce. Ah, but HTTPS does not have the option. But you know what? This is too confusing. I saw this before. Let's start from somewhere else. But the problem is my basic one is this one. I need to introduce the HTTP base user option. Const, let's go instead of base HTTP options. Hmm. Where info subject is not even present. So US Center 25 MRI invoke a public secrets none. Great. Let's spread HTTP options. So now for my amps, no abstract check that one. We're gonna spread HTTP option, and it's making a lot more sense. It was probably still working because the first subject is not even there in HTTP options. But it was so confusing that it's better in this way. And we are sure no problem. Okay, so now need to make this data store user email service option that is used here. We disable app checks. This we do something on the fly like this. Override with false and say to do remove after testing. We'll see this at the PR, so you remember to delete it. Excellent. And now we can trigger a due deployment. And this time we should be able to call. So this was not related at all. Okay. But we are out of messages with Claude, so we are on our own now. Hopefully it will work. But we can use Gemini. That's so good to have so many free trials on so many different uh, um, large language models, LLMs. I have so many free trials. Actually, that's not even a trial. That's just a free tier forever, until they decide not that it costs too much and they cannot afford. So yeah, that is we disable app check. Now I don't know if this comment makes a lot of sense, or we should yeah, manual trigger, disable enforce app check. Is it written there? Yeah, correct. Yeah, and then call that. Oh, I might need that. Let's get some water while it's deploying. Still in progress. I was enjoying the discussion with Claude. It's a pity that I finished the tokens. Ah, good, it's almost done. Let's see what happens now. I'm really curious. Because if it works, it's great progress, man. If it doesn't, we can delve into it. Nice, it's done. So let's call the function with this line. This time, at least the call should work. Then the function, I don't know if it will work, but we'll see. Now, the problem was we couldn't even call the function. Ah, that's bad. I didn't expect that. It still can't call the function. No progress. I'm really confused. I think I might want to convert this function from, now we don't need data store, we don't need email sender, we don't need anything of that. What if we use instead the HTTP function? Not this one, which is rough, but hmm, but where is it? The data store user no app check. And if I see where this is used, no, that doesn't work. Ah, yeah, because it's using config, not using that directly. This is used, I know, it's using the unsubscribe. And it's a no request method. So let's convert this from on call to on request. That means import on request. What's going on? Yeah, I need to import request and response now. Okay. That didn't help. Can I remove the arguments for a second? The types. That didn't help. What? Importing CFG. Is this, let me go back. Okay, that was on call. Let's create, instead of doing the changing directly on call to on request, let's create a new little function. Let's copy the whole thing. Let's do this. And I put it here on top temporarily. Where, yeah, let's import, let's leave on call, import also on request. And instead of unsubscribe, let's call it send email to list HTTP. Like we make two versions of the same function. I can keep that. The new cost header is not needed because we are just calling it directly. Pass, okay, let's just keep the response saying success. Right. So why is it complaining now? Yeah, it's telling me remove the types. Let's do that. Yeah, that works. So the other way to do that is to add those types like that. Okay, I already suggest, and that works too. Okay, so that's it. Great. We have a new function. Now, let's create a third function with the content of this stuff, and then which you know even does a lot of stuff. Let's take it out like that. Perfect. And here we say something like const is like play API test. It's something temporary, doesn't matter. So there you go. That's my function. And we put the content in. Let's see if they all compile. So you need to make it asynchronous. All right. And now we call, or we await the API test in both places. That's it. Now we have an HTTP function alternative way to call this. And actually, we could even delete this one. But since we'll need it later, we can keep it. And then this is just a test. So let's go deploy. Nice. So now we can call the function. We don't need to do all of this funk. I know I'm modifying the file where I'm deploying. We can just do that. We don't even need that. Nice. For a quick test, it's better to use HTTP, not on call. Then we'll be on call to have all the app check validation, but now we don't want it. Okay. Nice. Mhm. No, we have to wait. Here we can have the new function soon. Send email to list HTTP. Temporary function. Not yet there. Oh, made a mistake. Damn. This function is not exported in index, so it will not be deployed. So let's go fix that function index. We have to add send email to list HTTP over there. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a good idea to interrupt the running deployment because I don't want issues with functions being in a state that is like an error state that then maybe it's difficult to recover. And actually it's finished now. Look at that. But we'll have to run it again. Get it finished correctly. Let's not cause more issues. There you go. Great. Why does it give me the function URL for unsubscribe only? Because it's the only one with an URL. And now when we deploy that, we'll have two functions to the URL, which is the send email to list HTTP. Okay, all the other are on call functions. Man, will this work? Let me charge my phone. There you go. So we couldn't check it yet, man. cold. There you go, stop the aircon. Okay, really worked this time. Or will I get a meaningful error that I can I use to make progress? This is no okay. This is taking a long time. I really have to put the hours. Today was a big good day, including the previous stream is well over 6 hours now. There you go. Completed. Now we have two functions URL. Oh, URLs because we also have sending element to HTTP, which is a horrible name, but it doesn't matter because it's just for testing. Now we can run it. Let's run it here in iTerm. And it should return, say success. I don't know if it will display here. Oh, the other way to go, yes, display here success. Ooh, that's very good. Does the, what? Did it all work or what? So let's reload this and check the logs. That's all the information is in the logs. I'm excited now, man. Oh, no, I already saw the error. Let's go back. There was the error there. Pre-console test failed. Gaxios error. Request is missing required authentication credential. Is this the same as before? What's that? Gaxios. Let's go to the logs. Now it's not up check anymore. But yeah, it looks the same to me. But now we can use Gemini. We finished Cloud, Claude. Cloud and Claude. I'm confused. Uh-huh. So let's see where it got. Just the first thing it failed, I think. So it says testing, play console API access, testing access for patch. This is kind of, yeah, I need it. I don't think I want to edit the app. Let's remove this part of the edit. I think I can just safely delete that. Let's keep the console log. And let's unify these two console log in one. It needs that. What's this edit ID? Okay, so we need to put the code back. Let's put test one, access a specific app. You need to provide your package name. Let's remove that. Okay. Testing play console API access for package. So let's remove this console log. And on this automatically, let's remove this comment. And this one doesn't actually try to create an edit validates. Okay. So now we are gonna the test numbers here. We are gonna get Gemini to review what went wrong. So there you go. Let's Gemini running here. Oh, I don't have much left, isn't it? Let's see how much left I have Gemini. But I use it a bit. Ah, it's pretty good actually. 26%. Okay. So let's create a totally new context. So I'm gonna say quit. That's a sure way. There is also a clear command, but there's nothing better than quitting. So now, let's say in send email to list, I am testing to accessing, I'm testing the Google Play console API to ultimately get subscribers of a list. At the moment, it's just a test to see if I have access, which is unfortunately not the case as because I ran the function mm, not on the emulator, but ran the function in production, let's say, and got the following error in the logs. There you go. Okay, that's the only one, yeah. But comment is, yeah, that's the only one. So what it actually says is missing the required authentication credential. Expect the auth to access code token, login cookie, or valid authentication credential. Okay, go and tell me what I need to do. It seems you're running into authentication issue with the Google Console Play API. Correct. The error indicates that your requests are not properly authenticated. Correct. When using Google Client Library within a Google Cloud environment, you need to make sure you are providing the correct authentication scopes for the API you want to access. Okay. I will start to examine packages on JSON for the existing dependencies. Okay. Google Auth library is not listed in your dependencies. I will add it to the project and then update the send mail to list TS file to include the necessary authentication logic. Ah, so we need some authentication logic also for running inside a Firebase Cloud Function. Okay, Google Auth library, add that. And then we have to change our function to do the actual authentication. Great, the dependency has been added. Now we'll modify send email to list TS to fix the authentication issue. I'm replacing the content with the corrected version. Okay. Oh, it's importing the Google Auth. So I was confused between the service account. I know what's going when went wrong. I was confusing the service accounts for Firebase functions with the remote authentication, which nothing to do with service account, but it's kind of to Claude saying because it's a function on Firebase doesn't need authentication. He told me I'm right, even though I was wrong. If I go back, yeah, this thing that was suggested by Claude as well, and it's not imported, so there is seems some little problem here in this code. It's not necessarily only for the emulator, it's always necessary. So I'm happy I hold back integrating this code because it was not quite there. So I got the scope and I publisher, and now it's pass auth client, which is created here. But this auth, where is it passed? Wait a second, I'm confused. Creates, I need more. Oh yeah, an auth, yeah, with these scopes. Ah, and I guess a client based on the auth, and then he use this auth client as auth. So this Google Auth thing is just a value object, it looks like. Aha. Will that work? I have no idea. Well, let's try. That's the only change needed. I've updated send mail to list TS for proper Google Play API authentication, added the necessary Google Auth library dependency. Now I'm running link. Okay, fine. Do that. So it's done. So let's go to check my file here. Ooh, there is a problem. I found it as well. There's no such thing as auth here. Let's see what Claude did before. So we created this auth as Google Auth, exactly the same. More comments, but it's exactly the same. And then I created a client, and it did exactly the same thing. Look, auth. Maybe it's not in the screen. There you go. Auth client in Android Publisher. They did both the same mistake, if it's a mistake. Linter failed, prettier error, running formatter. Fine, but that's not even the main issue. Imagine if it was JavaScript. No, let's stop with this. Let's tell it's going on a loop on. I can do the lint myself just for sure. Yeah, let's do that. So what I learned is okay to stop the AI at any time and give new prompts. You don't have to go with the script of the agent. You can stop at any time. I was afraid it was say audio your thing first. No problem, lint works. But if I do npm run build, that works. But if I do, where is the package JSON? Is this the right package JSON? Yes, it is. Clean lint format build test types, npm run test types. Aha, there you go. So now we have something that we can copy. And also, perfect. The Android publisher function can accept the Google Auth instance directly. So it's no need to do the Auth client. No, it's not true. It's not there. The Auth is a problem. I don't think that will work. I modify the code to pass the Auth in. Okay, do that, but it won't work. There you go. Same problem. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah. Apart that you can simplify this, but since it doesn't work, yeah, run that and see it doesn't work, mate. It seems that even passing the goal is causing a type issue, but there is no auth property. Or am I wrong? Let me see. Am I wrong? What does it say here? No overload matches this call. Property private. So this Android publisher has a few overloads. How can I expand this? There I go. Version options. Yeah, options. You have to put this in options. There is nothing else. Be three options. And that's where auth is. No, no, is totally on the wrong track. You are on the wrong, you're barking at the wrong tree. You're on the wrong track. The issue is that no overload of Android publisher accept the auth parameter directly. but they want it inside an option object. Here are some of the overloads, and we are using v3. So I go here, there you go, get all the overloads. Now let's get the v3 one. Options extends global option, and global option has finally the that. So let's go this there, and then we go in global options. Finally, global option has that. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the clarification and providing the type definitions. I apologize for the incorrect attempts. My understanding of how the author object should be passed was flawed, and I was struggling with the typing compatibilities between the libraries. Based on your explanation, the author object had to be passed within the options object. The issue I was running into was a mismatch, a type mismatch. The most idiomatic way to get an authenticated client within the Google APIs library is to build is the built-in get client. This should provide a client with the correct type that the Android function expects. I will now correct the code in send email to list yes to use this method. I will also use the write file. Okay, that's in the internal function to ensure that the change is applied correctly. Okay, so it's removing this Google auth. Surprise. But it is using this get client directly. And probably this is still a Google auth object, just not declared as such. And then you got this auth thing. What the fuck? He still didn't get it. How hard can it be, man? I'm okay to use it like that. Where's the fucking option of no, no, fucking hell, what are you fucking doing? Options. Ooh, it's not like that. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. Ah, you don't need to put V3, but the version is in there, is it? There you go. Now it will tell me I miss a lot of stuff, isn't it? What? Let's do this. Um, let's say I create an options object separate so I can define the type on it. There. But I don't know if I can import this stuff. This is like a local. So this is part of what? Android Pub Google APIs. I don't know if I imported stuff. Import. Ah, oh, I see. Instead of from history from Google API. Oh, that worked. Okay, we are on to something now. So we are gonna say that without that. Missing a version. Yep. And oath. Ah, just like that, no, without object. So that works, but what's the problem here? Ah, Google Auth to JSON client is not assignable to the string type string or stat. Ah, what about that? Wait. Oh yeah, now I'm on a wild track. Let's say this. Where was the previous suggestion? Yeah, there is a weight of get client. Let's try to use that. Have to remove line numbers here. I know, yeah, I could do that, but I'm just too scared. Oh, there's still these lines. Okay, right. So let's say auth. Oh, that works. Oh my God. So where Gemini failed, I think we made it. Okay, let's go back. Let's waste some tokens. You are still on the wrong track. I have now updated the file send mail to list to use the correct options syntax. Why I provided the exact interface and it was just doing with the same rubbish? I don't understand. So let's try the test types. Should work. Oop. And it just says that I don't need that. Oh, big deal. Okay, now we are good. You're absolutely correct. I appreciate you providing me the correct coding. I apologize for my repeated mistakes or for repeating mistakes. Your implementation is the right way to handle option and oath. Now that, yeah, no, right. I'm wasting tokens because I can just try. So let's do an npm run deploy first. So because that takes time. Excellent. We run the linter. Deploy in the meantime is happening. And if it works, we'll call it a day, I think. Format. Mm. The code is now syntactically correct, adheres to the project coding standards, and the authentication issue should be resolved. Is there anything else I can help you with? Let's see if it's true. That is good. That is good. That's a lot of code. They will have to be organized. That is a big mess. Big mess. But it doesn't matter now. It's just a test. Mm. That means that I can probably run this function also from local without any problem. Well, I don't know if it works on remote. Right. So yeah, I just don't know. We have to wait. We have to wait. Will it work? So this time we can run this function call that works. We have two different ways to call the same function. Well, it's two functions in reality, but do we have do we have already no a branch? No, we don't. Let's make a branch. Oh, there we'll go to. Okay, it's finished. Let's make a branch for this. How you call it? Play API test, something like that. Because we'll commit it. Yeah. Now let's call in the item that we'll just say success. Hopefully, unless it fails. Yeah, it does. It did say success. Now that we called the function, we can go to check the logs. So we can just scroll here. I should, if we do a little bit of play with the scroll bar, it then triggers a reload eventually. It's a bit not great, but it does work. Oh, it still failed with the same error. Ah, it's a different error. Graxios request is missed the required authentication credential. Expected to allow us to access token login code. Now the error is different. It says Play Console API failed. The caller does not have permission. Different error. Testing Play Console API. Okay. I don't know if the rest is interesting or not. Maybe yes, because it says edits and stuff. Permission denied. Let's copy the whole thing. So let's go back to Gemini. I was too optimistic, saying, "Oh, this time it will work." Bullshit. But we sent the auth token correctly, so maybe we need to put some other scopes. I'm not sure. All right, that is exactly the case. Very well put. We moved from authentication problem to authorization problem. So we are sending the token, now we're sending stuff. It's just wrong. It just doesn't have the permission, which is weird because you should have. Yep. Ah, that's a different one. And it's not true that I'm using that service account. And actually now that I have to add this in the, since I have to add this to play console, it's better to use the actual the actual service account that I really want to use, which is not this one, but it's this one, data store user email sender option, which has app check. But what I believe is if I use it for, if I use it here, it will, because it's an request function, it will still not use app check. Anyway, we don't use app check anyway. So it's the same user here and here now. I need a short break. Right. So my point is because the HTTP function don't support app check, even though this particular object has enforced app check on to true, set to true, uh, it just get ignored. So that also means that here we can probably delete this one. Delete if confirmed that we don't need it. I know it's pretty vague, but it's okay because we will action this just after. So to check that, so this is nothing to do with this. So what I'm gonna do is deploy the function so that is using the different service account. While we do this, that takes time. I'm going to do these steps that were suggested by Gemini, but with the right service account, with the service account that the function will be on after this change is deployed, which we're gonna follow there, and this called this data store user secret access. So I go here on IM, and I look for the whole email. It's not really an email, but how to call it, the principle, yeah, of the service account, kind of the identifier. And now we don't need this code anymore because we are running the scopes in both cases. So this was nonsense. Now we have this account. Now we are gonna check if we can do these steps or not. So go to the Play console and navigate to users and permissions. That's something I'm not sure we can even find. Oh yes, there is. I'm too pessimistic. Aha. There is a fast lane user. We're gonna say invite new user. There. Email address. We're gonna say that one. Okay. I think that I'm using the default service account. I'm not. Under the account permission tab, grant the necessary permission. Admin, then you can, okay. Ah, so good. Add permission for one or more apps. Budget pilot. Apply. Yeah, in reality, it's only view for now. But because it's doing the edit thing, let's go admin first. What was that? No. I don't understand. Let's discard because I want to understand what's going on. When I do invite new users and I paste the email of the user, and then I say account permission. This is about all apps. Okay. So now I want to do that. I have only one app. I could do that, but I don't need to do that. Okay, so now add app. We select the app. I select apply, and then it asks me permission for budget pilot. So I can click apply for that as admin for now. And I don't need to do this because this is for all apps. Okay, now I understand. And I click invite user, send invitation, which will not work. After you're invited, the API call should succeed. Okay. So now going back to the deployment is done. So it means I can go back here and run once more the call. Boy, there are so many steps. Nice. Still success as before, so we don't know yet if it made any difference, but hopefully yes. So here, just reloading the latest logs. Oh my god, it's so big. You know, okay. There you go. Successful, edit created successfully. Available track, production beta alpha internal, testers access successful, internet track testers. That is not correct. Okay. Mm. I could do stuff. It's nothing that is useful, but for me now, but at least I could do stuff. I could use the Google Play API. Now, let's go review what it's doing. Wow, I said if that works, we call a day, but now create an edit. What is an edit? Okay, we finish Claude. We use Copilot, Copilot, and okay, yeah, we can stay in this chat. For Google Play Console API, what is an edit? See TypeScript code below. Is it really modifying the package? Yeah, yeah. The problem is this. Why is it doing an edit to read emails? So hold on, eh? Ah, yeah, it's doing an edit. Where is the well? I don't want to edit any edit. The problem is that it seems I need an edit ID for the next command. How can I execute this command without an edit ID? Wow. It's just how it works. If you want to edit, you have to edit. What a brain fucked API is that? No, script. Compile. No. Okay, that's just what we have to do. Okay, then. We have to do an edit to get stuff out. Do we need to specify anything in the edit? Can we also leave the package name out? Haha. By the way, you can use the do I need, I think yes, but to specify package name in edits insert. Yes, you do. Is required. All right. So let's put it back. that's just the way it works. We can use the shortcut syntax. Creates an edit. Let's remove some of the dumb comments. Hey, we've done it. Oh, we created an edit. So what? So shouldn't this all be in the try catch? Why only half of the API queries are in the try catch? Makes no sense. So track responses works. Available tracks. Um, yeah, too much noise, but anyway, it's okay. Production beta alpha internal. What's trying? Ah, it's trying to say you can use a shortcut. Yeah. Yeah. Um, Available tracks works well. Not needed. Yes. Now try to get testers for internal track. No, leave it there. So the available tracks, there is internal. Yeah. Why the testers return empty? Actually, it doesn't say no tester, it returns an empty object. Because well, if it's why there's a try catch inside a try catch makes no sense. Because this try catch cleans the edit. Let's remove this try catch. Adds no further information or there you go. Now the issue is why you get an empty object for testers? Well, I know that we have a list of testers there. So if I go back to the console, budget pilot, fantastic. And then I go test, testing, internal testing, whatever, any track. Then I go testers. I have a list name. Maybe there is another call. Let's say, let's try to copy this part only. And instead of get, is there something else? No, there is only get. So is there more arguments that we can put here? Is this like a suggestion from the AI which is bullshit or what? So many overloading. Which one are you using? Apparently this one. Not sure. Package name track. Standard parameters. And edit ID. That's all I have. So the changes that we have done are really not meaningful for deployment now. I just streamline the remove some of the excessive console logs and stuff. Okay, so let's go to Gemini and say now everything works. Works. The access to the API work. Oop. Now the access to play API works perfectly. Good news first. And bad news is however, when I try to get a list of testers for the internal track, I get in the logs, this is where the relevant code. Can I do that? No. Let's add more information, which is in the console for the internal testing track. I can see that testers have been added through the PP internal testing list. How can I get the list of testers inside this list? Maybe it's a totally different command. Accessing the rest of the list would be fine as well for my purposes. Model is overloaded. Let's check my API usage, but I'll wait a second before I retry. So I will not say 50%. I will not say try again because I saw that that caused the issue sometime, a misunderstanding. I will repeat the whole prompt. There you go. Okay. You have run into a classic idiot API nuance. The tester get method only returns a list of testers who were added individually by email. It doesn't. Wait a second, let me read. Doesn't expand members of any Google groups that were added to the track. The API response Google groups is essentially just confirm which groups are on the track, not who is in them. Actually, it doesn't say which groups are in the track. To get a full list, maybe you need to use the Cloud Identity API. No, I want to try. It's a totally different API. This will allow you to query the members of that group directly. Here is the plan. I will update the code to add the necessary scope, which is Cloud Identity Groups read only. So it's a totally different. So I didn't even need to use. Maybe I will need to use the Play API later. No worries. But apparently, what? I will add the logic to I'm too tired. I will add the logic to first get the track details, find the name of the Google group, and then, oh, it's too much convoluted. Just keep it simple and just go use the from the group. Okay. Oh no. You also to do stuff in the console. This is no good, man. Cloud Identity API. Can I enable the cloud identity? Can I enable the cloud identity for my budget project using Plumi instead of point and clicking? Where is the index? There. No secrets here. I can paste. Here is my current Plumi file. Okay. Me. Okay. You need to use the Google Cloud API enablement, which can be done in Pulumi. So wait a second. So you can or you cannot? Cloud from Japan, cloud identity. Yeah. So you can. Wait a second. Enable can isn't something Pulumi can handle. GCP project resource. Service. No idea. Says you can, but you can. The thing is, I'm starting to use Pulumi now. There are other services I would need to add. But was project? There. Yeah, I can use a shorthand. Will it work? Really interesting. This is interesting. Pulumi up -m, and the message is enabling cloud identity API. if it works. Why does he say you cannot do with Palumi? Okay, you can do Palumi in this way, but you can do in this other way. That's what it says. Mhm. That's interesting. Before we say to do that, we authorize to do that. Let's go to find this cloud identity API. Probably this one, cloud identity. Not enabled. So let's say yes, go enable it. So this is not the only API I use, but I didn't use Palumi before. Even though they are already enabled, maybe I should add also the other APIs I use there. The only way to figure out for sure would be to create a totally different project and start from scratch and see what breaks. But that would be interesting. But I really don't want to do that because I want to go on with the real work. But I will opportunistically add some other stuff. Nice. So now this API should be enabled without me clicking the button. Let's see if that's the case. Yes, it is. Nice. So let's go back to the rest of the answer. Enable, yeah. Okay, I will start by reading the file. Well, I don't know if that will work, but we can try. So in reality, what I can do for my real function is just use cloud identity and not anything else because I know the names of the groups. I can just hard code them, not doing anything general. I know I have two groups. So we'll have three maybe for production. No, maybe no. We don't have, no, I have a group for production. I will have a different mechanism there. I will have a Firestore. So I have just two groups. That's it. Will always be two groups. Well, I don't know, but aha. Tax get instead of tax list. Ooh, the goal is now totally different. It's not anymore Firebase. That's long done. This is like about this is about Google Play API, and now we did figure out also identity API. We are playing with this API with the final goal of okay format. With the final goal of then getting a list of users in these groups, we created this test function. Mhm. What's he doing? Lint? Water finished. Okay. So let's check the changes here. Oh, that's really bad. npm run test types. Have to be in functions, cd functions, npm run test types. There you go. Mm. You're right again. Apologize for introducing the error. I incorrectly swapped get testers get with trucks get. I. My intention was to use tester get to retrieve a list of Google Groups worker. Thank you for your patience. Yes, see. Instead of trucks get, the tester get. The thing is, now this method is way too convoluted for what it needs to be. The error is gone, looks like. Yeah, perfect. I didn't even need to use the API anymore, the Play API anymore. It's just the Google Group API that I needed to do. I didn't know. I didn't know I had to try. Yeah, yeah, that's good. So now we need to deploy and see if it works before simplifying it. There is a lot of stuff we can delete from this function. Lots of stuff. Oh, this is yeah, okay. This was way too much. Let's simplify also this. Let's wait for that. Ooh, pretty. Eh, let's wait for this to finish. Okay, okay. So let's simplify this bit. Yeah, we don't need to do all of these checks. We're gonna say just this. Boom. It's trying to handle too much on the error. Successful error. like this. Good. Okay, let's already make it a bit shorter. We can remove a lot of other stuff, but let's try already to deploy first and see if we can get the emails out or not. Okay, in the meantime, let's have a look. Mm, yeah, we just need this bit because we know the name of the group. So let's check here in the play console again. Yeah, this oops, that's not what I want. Now, yeah, rename them to be consistent. One for internal testing, one for close testing. And I can request if I want to mail internal testers, I can just get this if I, which I probably would never need. Well, maybe I want to do for testing purposes, for testing the email. Yeah, if I want to mail close testing, I do that. So I don't need to query the Play Store API. So I don't need this scope. I don't need to create all of this. All of this is interesting. I probably maybe need for something else, maybe, but not for this purpose. So I don't know if I want to keep this somewhere. This has been an interesting experience to try to make this work. Now, let's see if it actually works. Yeah, that is all is needed. You put a group email. What is a group email? Something. It's a group ID perhaps below. All right, we need some more experimenting. Anyway, after this, if this works, I will call it a day because I've been going for way too long. I want to test this first. So to test this, I have to go to play to here. This, we can run this once more, but I have to wait for the deployment to finish first. And at the same time, I can go to look for the logs. So here there is this weird way to get the new logs, which is you first scroll up, then I scroll down. Here you go. So we get some more new logs. This is the logs about the actual deployment. Okay. So in fact, the deployment just finished, and now we can execute the function. This will say success, hopefully. No, actually. It said success. Okay, that's good. Now scroll bar up, scroll bar down. And it failed. Because I don't think it's a good group. Ooh, I unchecked, but I didn't save. So leave and discard. Testers. I think that message that says no Google Groups for the internal testing track is actually correct because those are no Google Groups. They are just an email list done here on the fly. I think if I get here in data, maybe there is something else. Tester response data dot only Google Groups. Are you serious? T is whatever you want. What is this Caxios? Ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna finish the tokens without a successful, without a happy ending. So here, okay. What I got in the log, okay. What I got in the logs is no, no, oh no. What went wrong here? This is not really convenient. That is a bad editing experience, man. Really bad. I don't know how much more I have. I probably am there. I'm there. That's the first line. Message is all gone. Let's edit this in Z. Okay. What I got in the logs is try to copy correctly this time. Yeah, edit clean up, folks. I can't copy. No Google groups found for the internal track. I think what I see in the console for internal testing, testers tab are simple lists created within the Google Play console and not Google Groups. If I click on details, I see and the list name, I can add email addresses and delete email addresses already present. I already know the list name as BP internal testing. I don't think we need to be even querying. No, yeah, we do. So I was saying you can just query Google Groups, but I just said it's not a Google Group. We can use that identifier directly without querying additional additional things, what I say, without how to say, the deriving it from previous queries, unless it helps our understanding. Hold on. So now what I want to do is let's play API test. Okay, let's commit this thing. Okay. So I have a feeling that this send mail to list TS function is trying to do too many things. And it's okay because I'm just experimenting to understand the APIs. However, I think for the purpose of only of getting the emails inside the hard-coded, let's be super explicit, name BP internal testing, we might as well create a new on request function just for testing and call that internal email ts. Please do that and keep it simple. Don't query things we don't need. Let's see what happens. Oh. Yeah, not the only one, of course. Only one result, Stack Overflow. Gemini, just wasting some time. Often overloaded, overloaded. Always overloaded. No, often, not always. Always is an exaggeration. Yeah, it's not what exceeded. Let's check our code again. Right, we went up from 51. We are probably near the limit. 68. Let's paste the whole prompt again and try. It's good to simplify and isolate the logic for fetching internal test. Create a new. Oh, see how small it is? Internal email TS file for corresponding request function. Okay. So we still need to do the auth. We have a new function. Let's go to see it. Create the auth. Only Android publisher, no groups. Oh, that's good. Then has to do the edit. Yeah, it's not as simplified as I thought because you still have to do the edit. It's not a Google group. It's not directly exposed by API. Ah, fuck. That would be terrible. Yep. Add the function internal testing to the list of files. That would be terrible. So, all right. So, you know what? All the lean stuff I can do myself. Let's not waste token anymore on this. So now we have the new function. Internal email kind of looks good. All that this function does is trying to look the logs for this tester response. I return here, so I don't even need to check the logs. It will return in the response itself and in the logs. So it's getting a track internal because it seems to not have a way or doesn't know if there is a way to get that list directly in the API. Maybe there isn't. That would be a little bit of a problem. It will be a little bit of a problem. Let's just do directly an npm run deploy. Let's do a first commit and push, so that will execute a check in all these checks in the pipeline. So budget web, maybe I want to rename that as budget app. Compare pull request. API test can accept that. Let's go do that. What is this file? Not upload to Google Cloud. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. That was the problem. I upload too much. I don't want coverage. Oh, that's a really good thing. Can we also exclude? Why is not include git ignore? Coverage. I don't want coverage. I don't want emulator data. I think I can look. I don't want scripts. Right. And probably many more. I think this is very interesting. I didn't know about that. And I think here, whereas resource, archive not find. Wait, probably because it's an old version. When I open any functions and I say source, there you go. So there you go. For example, there is coverage. So now they've added that, and we do a new deployment. I don't know if I already started one. We do a new deployment. Let's do it. I should not have coverage anymore, and I can go and remove more stuff, being careful. I can probably not even send SRC because it should be all in this. God forbid, I don't know, Gemini files. It sends everything. Should ignore the cloud ignore as well. But let's start with just coverage and scripts and see what happens. If it's that's what I think it is. Ah, there is already to ignore the cloud ignore, but it doesn't work. Let's remove this comment. Sounds kind of dumb. I don't understand what that means. The syntax is the same as getting now with addition of the not include directory. Is it not include or is just include? Which insert the entries in the given getting no style file. So it's include everything from getting no. That's what it's saying. But because I was reading not include, but instead it's just the directive include. That's how to read it. It was confusing me. So everything is get ignored. But this is get ignored file. It's a bit weird. It's not uploaded. So for example, node modules, it's already there, so we don't need to say it twice. So did I upload node modules before? Because they're huge. No, I don't think I did. There you go, it's not in. That would make a huge difference. Yeah. Yeah, prettier C, all things are not important. Okay. So now let's concentrate only on the fact that coverage will be removed from the next build. Let's remove style. Just get it. There you go. So now I think reloading this doesn't work because it's on a specified version, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's try to reload that first and see if coverage is gone. Otherwise, we go back to services, follow the. Yeah, it works. Coverage is still there, even though coverage is explicitly listed. Okay. It's not what I'm testing now. So, okay, I will do more checks with Cloud Ignore. Let's set a ticket for that. So, check why coverage. Let's take a specific example mentioned in function slash dot gcloud ignore is still uploaded. Wait a second, let me try something else. So group contact again, and then logo source from here in case I was watching. No, it's still there coverage. Okay. Yeah, so that's a ticket. Not very important ticket, but let's put it somewhere down to the bottom. I don't know, it's something I want to look at, but It's surely not something very important from a business point of view. Um, yeah. So now that we uploaded and we are doing this quick test on the internal email function, which is correctly on request, let's go run it. So let's go. There you go. We go run the internal email function and see what data we get back. That's not expected. 500. Okay. So let's go to see the logs. What happened? Mhm. Ah, no, no, no. I know why. We have to use this service account. Ah, and besides, we confirmed that we don't need this. So we can delete that. Hold on, eh? This one is data store user option, so we don't need a no app check version. So that means we don't need that because if it's user on a no request, it's automatically not doing app check. So yeah, it might be a little bit confusing, but now that we know, right, we can simplify that, and perhaps it's where I was before, yeah. But it's all going in circles. So now the issue here, not having permission, was that the service account I used before, let's run deploy, did not have the permission. The service account I was used here, not here, but here in terminal email, did not have permission to use the Play Store API, while this account that I just changed has permission. So unfortunately, that means one more deployment, but it means that it should now work. In the meantime, because it takes a long time, I can go to check where a build. The build failed. So that's previous build, not this last commit. But still, I think we might have. It's totally different. Heap out of memory. Totally different issue. Man, what's that? I hope to not see it again because that's a failure of the tool. Man, I didn't have a session this long in a long time. And this is the second session today. Granted, the first session was like 40 minutes. But now it's over 7 hours. There you go. Man, it's bad. Let's run this locally. So it's finishing. How much memory is finishing? That's bad. I don't understand how much memory is finishing. Anyway, go to the top of the project and let's run a lint. here locally instead of GitHub. Ooh, it's taking a long time. We failed with memory allocation error as well. So there's something recursive happening. Ah, it worked. Okay. It probably used a massive amount of memory. Is it time to use a bigger executor or the test? The test is the only thing I was running on GitHub. Is it time to move that to run on Mac? Don't want to change that now. Let's test one thing at a time. So the next thing to test is just run that function again. Let's see what happens. This should return the data on the internal API, internal track. Data empty. Message checks the logs for the tester response. That's not what I was expecting. It's the same. Tester response data, it's empty. We are doing really bad. So if you go back to malware logs, yeah, the same thing is empty. So go back to Google, Gemini, and there is a bad news. Bad news. Bad news. Yeah, that's what exactly what was thought to be here. Is I'm also considering alternative ways to find this information, if possible, yeah, or not possible. Why is it doing lint? Ah, wait, there is something else there. Why did it continue the linting process? No, the function worked correctly. It's all linted and type checked and deployed. However, it did not get any data out. That is what I found in the logs. Maybe I thought it would understand that, but it didn't. So let's be more explicit. So I was trying to find another way to get this information. Google Play Tester List API. Don't know. V3 edit test. This is the one I'm using. Isn't it? Yep. Okay. Used to manage Google groups. Yeah. Why did it didn't work with Google groups? Are they really Google groups? Mm, I understand. Yep. That's fine because then you can create the Google groups, but I don't get that. Why does he want to do a lint? Let's go along with it. That's weird. Why is he doing that? It's like he's ignoring my prompts. This is also different. Running this on Ubuntu on GitHub Actions, for instance. I get. But yeah, I told you, I already told you. You just ignore what I told you. Here is the test response. It goes in a loop. It goes linting again. What the fuck? But it has to cancel. Maybe that object is confusing it. The test response came out as an empty JavaScript object. Let's try that without sending in the code that's maybe confusing it. Who knows what the heck is happening? So let's see this. Yeah, to the 2 GB limit. Yeah. Ah, well, that's good. You can install or add more memory. Maybe I don't need to do 4096. So let's find the um, where the linting is done here. There. Oh, not here. Ah, I thought it was here. This is what? It's not the global package JSON? Yes, it is. So how can we do npm run lint workspace? Just goes, it doesn't execute a script here, it just goes in the single thing. But it doesn't, doesn't tell me, it was web shared. I'm not sure which repository fails, so let's try package JSON from functions, and let's find lint, there you go, and oh yeah, the quotes. Skip the quotes or use the single quotes. And I don't want to use 4096. I think doesn't need to be a multiple two, right? 2500, probably enough. If not, we'll raise max all space. Go back here. SNPM run lint. And set it here. So let's do the same. Well, let's do only this. So let's see which is the culprit. Okay. Only functions for start. Okay. So now let's go back to Gemini. Yeah, man. Gemini is really not working. Running the lint, there is no options. Well, I just added. Then I was reading here. No, this doesn't matter. It was more curiosity. Um, mm, we return a list of Google groups. Not sure that. So tester can create email list. Email list can be added as a CSV file. Are these Google groups? Uh, Google groups. Let's go to see if there are Google groups. No, I don't have. Oh, I mean, at least there are no. They are not in my view of Google groups. I have a group for budget pilot. Okay, the CI failed. Yeah, it did go to 2500 megabyte. So that's functions. I know that's for sure. So now we can try 3000. Well, no problem with that. That will be solved. So what is this is not working? I don't think it's a Google group. Ah, there you go. Why is possible to what it is possible in Paper Console UI to add tester via email list? Email lists are not supported by this resource. Paper Console UI feature for convenience are not exposed to the API. Wait on can only return member either by email or those in a formal Google group. The recommended solution, use a Google group. The correct and automatable way to manage your tester list is to switch from a Play Console list to a standard Google group. This is how the API is designed to work. Create a Google group. If you don't have one already, create a Google group, VP internal testing, add members, update Play Console, remove the list, and add your Google group as a tester list. I don't even understand how to do that. Let's see if this is running a new action. No, because this is the last action also failed. Did you allocate 3 gigabyte of memory? 3000 meg, yeah? Yep. It went to 3000 meg. What the heck is this? Um, let's try 3500. There is something obviously wrong here. Okay, so go back to here. We understand we cannot use this list, create email lists. But I don't understand how to add testers, how to add directly. There doesn't seem to be any way. Unless I create an email list, and in that list, I add the Google group. Create a Google group. That is okay, I can do that. Let's delete this group. Who's in this group? It was an example I tried. Yeah, only myself. So my group, I have a budget pilot groups. Delete the group. How do you delete the group? It looks like not possible. Select the group. Edit subscription. No. Go here. Group settings. Delete group. Okay. Good. We deleted the group. So let's see this. In the meantime, I resist to 3500 the memory. Let's see what happened. Failed. I worked. Okay. Okay. So you really needed 3.5 meg. I don't know why that much. So, right, I can create a group. No problem with that. And then I can see how then I can query the group with a totally different API. But here I can just say create email list. Okay. Okay, I understand. This is another fail. I can create a Google group. And add members. However, if I then go to the Play console and the only option to add testers is to click on create email list. Which requires, which then asks for a list name and add email address is yeah. Wait a second. I just have a doubt. Is that list even important? Okay, slowly. So I have two questions basically. So it seems there isn't a way to add directly um, Google Group. Well, I could add it as as an email there. Now I also have a doubt. What is the email list for anyway? Um, is a test required to be in that list at all, or the only thing that matter is the link? uh, Question mark. I hope I don't finish crazy. Should I buy some cloud credits? Still have some. Almost at the end. Ooh. I wouldn't buy. If I buy 5 pounds of cloud credits, will I finish them in few minutes on a big code base? Let's try again in a second. I'm just waiting a second. Okay. Okay. You hit a very subtle but important points about the Play console UI, and your doubt is completely valid. The interface is a bit misleading here. Let me clarify with your excellent question. Okay. How to add a Google Groups, the UI trick. You're correct, there is no button to explicitly say add Google Group. The trick is that the same email input field, there is no direct email input field. You're forced to create a list. Navigate the internet testing, track and create test. Create email list or select existing list to add a group to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mail list version in the web, the why. This is a crucial concept. There are two distinct steps to test authorization, the list. Yeah. Okay, they are both needed. Okay. We'll give them an error. Okay. Opt-in, the link. A tester must be on the Google group. Yeah. Will then work. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try that. So my groups. We said we want to. My goodness. We want, want to create a group. I need some water, I think. Called BB internal testing. Or should it be BP internal testers? Alright. Will if I add someone to a group, they will receive some kind of confirmation. Oh, let's call it testing again, just to keep it everything same. So create group, BP internal testing, BP internal testing Google group. Budget, pilot, internal testing. Okay, next. Ah, who can search the group? Search a group. Search for the group. Group members. Who can join the group? Only invited users. Who can view the conversation? Yeah, I think I'm going to use this group at least now to just hold emails. So let's say move that to manager or even owner. No need to create a mess, so no posting and no viewing the other email. Okay, let's make it very private. There is only me as manager, so but let's keep it like that. Group members, add members. Directly add members. Send invitation to join the group. Welcome message. Subscription is email. That's confusing. If I don't send them invitation, why you ask me for a message? That's really annoying. Can I add anyone to a group? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't need to be Gmail. Invitation message. I don't want to send any message. Welcome to budget pilot internal testing. Group. No, it's that's it. No group. Create group. I know a robot. Create group. 0 people invited successfully. One email address is the primary, secondary, or alternate address of an existing member. Right. Because I'm already there as a manager. Members one. Okay. Go to group. One member. So this is the thing. Now I have doesn't matter, there is nobody there. I have this BP internal testing group, which I can't copy because there is this stupid interface. Fucking hell. You can go here and say right click, copy link address, and see if that works. No, I can try right click, select copy, the copy with a couple of lines. Yep. And now I can get the email. Good. So now I go back to, let's go back here. How do I add people? Members. Add member. Welcome to budget pilot internal testing. That's not a robot. It might take some time for an invitation to appear in the invitation list. What the fuck is an invitation list? Approved pending. Conversation. People. Members. Pending members. There you go. So I think now I just, yeah, you're creating the people to your group. Mhm. But if I go now to the other email, go here. Come on. And I approve it. There should be some approval. Okay, now I joined. So now I should be member instead of admin member. I need to read. Yeah, okay. So now I have a group. I go back to internal testing. I delete the emails that are here one by one. And I put the group email. And I press enter. What a weird way, man. It says there will be an icon to say that is a list Google group. Nothing like that. Save changes to list. Yes. So now it says one user, but that one user is a list. Now, we go back to the function that should list the internal email that in theory should work with Google Groups. So let's go internal, there you go, running that command, and let's see what happens. Taking a long time, and it's still empty, and so nothing worked. I went to Google Play Console for track internal. Selected the empty list PP per internal testing. Checked as checked. Let's do like this. And then went to the edit email list screen. Edit email list screen. I deleted all the users. I've added the newly created Google group. As the only email in this list. As let's also say what the group is. I noted that there is any special icon on the side, as you said. I then executed, let's double check the function here. Internal email function, and it returned an empty list again, an empty object again. Right. So I have an idea, which is I have an idea, which is if the API has support to read the list, the Google groups assigned to a track, Does it also have support to add Google group to a track? In particular, I would like to add BP listener to the internal track. Okay, see if I don't finish the credits now. And I really need to get have dinner at this point. You have an excellent idea and it is an insightful question. You're thinking like an API developer and you have written the most likely solution. You're right. When you add a group email to the UI, the Play console might not correctly register it as a Google group entity in the backend, which is why the API returns an empty object. However, the API provides a way to do this explicitly. The idea is the correct path forward. Unlike the API to update the track and specifically add the email address to the Google group list, use the API. Yeah. Okay. This removes all ambiguity. I will create a new single purpose function. Yep. Good idea to get a new function. Call add the Google group to track. We have a lot of rubbish functions now, but we'll do a cleanup to do exactly that. We can see only the tail of the function. Let's accept it. And then I will go to double check myself. And here, export the function. Yeah, that's okay. So there is the function. All right. The no object one does not exist anymore. No issue. Let's fix it. There you go. The rest kind of looks good. This one wants to do the linting and stuff. No worries. Let's not waste um, tokens on something so silly. But let's review the code. So in the review, let's go slowly from the top. So get the auth. Okay, fine. Then there is the group email there. Creates an edit because that's the first thing to do for doing anything with the Play API. So it creates kind of a snapshot. Updating test of okay. Yep. Don't know if I have individual test. I think just want to remove everyone first. Yep. And eventually we will like to delete this list as well, but let's not go too much forward now. So what it does is just get this email that is the Google group email and set it in the Google group as an update. Looks good. Then if it works, it will print successfully commit. The commit in edit, there is the commit. And it either succeeds or it fails. If it fails, it clear the edit, clean up. Okay. Nice. It is nice. So this could have been a script. I don't need to do a functions, but maybe I will convert it to a script, but I'm not sure about the permissions. Oh, we can try. Yeah, later we can try. but not today. So let's add everything and push that just to make it do the linting. We'll not do that. We'll just do a deploy. If it fails in the deploy, we'll see. The meantime is executing here. Takes 1 minute, literally 1 minute. And this takes more, so. Oh, okay, failed. Alright. Yeah. So let's do an npm run format. Actually, let's do an npm run lint to see if I get these errors exactly the same error. I will get it with linting, so we don't need to run deploy. And linting is low. Yeah, perfect. So let's do an npm run format. Good. And now we should have only one of the two linting errors, I think. Let's go lint again. I'm not sure the lint suddenly got slow and memory hungry. I'm not sure why that happened. Okay. So I still have those errors. Let's go to double check. Line, I don't know why it doesn't go there by clicking. Should I do control? Yeah, control. This line is 98. Let's make this much shorter, like I can say, adding or, well, I was going to say adding Google group to track internal, but I realized that if it's already there, it's not really adding. What it's actually doing is just setting track internal to include the Google group. How long is this line? Why doesn't go and stay on a single line? No, it's like 96. That's why it's too long. Okay, and now here it's like 86, so it's enough. When strings must use a single quote. Yeah, because that's a string is now interpolated. Let's just remove this message, doesn't add anything. There is the next one saying committed. Okay. So let's go the linting again. Hey, Nomadic, how is it going? Nomadic 001? Nomadic, where are you now? Where are you in the world? Are you nomadic with your ships going around or working remotely? What are you doing? Why is it? I thought this was. Why is still 98? This is not. This is 86. Uh, Strings must use single quotes. That is interpolating string. I don't understand. npm run format and lint again. I'm confused by this. Second time I will look more carefully. Yeah, let's do that as well. Yeah. There you go. Oh, ooh, hold on. Ah, we can't. Good to know. Okay, lint works. And yeah, we play a bit with there, but it was a comment at the moment of running the lint. So it should be fine. Let's commit that. And now deploy. Oh yeah. So here is the thing. Did that failed? Yeah, failed, but this one should work. So the thing is now once we will delete this tester list, the weird thing is that we will not see the groups. This is so horrible, man. The API and the interface are totally out of sync. And what is the suggested or recommended way to use the API and the way that you to use the interface are at odds with one another. So I waited to delete these to first confirm everything works because otherwise I can just put them back. So now the deployment is happening. What we need to do to run the function gula to tracks will be something like that. And this should perhaps be scripts, not functions. But you know what? The fact that they are function now on request, but they can become on call, they can be in some kind of member areas of the website. So maybe it's not a bad idea. There you go. That's the goal to run the function. Let's copy it. So we are ready. Let's go in the item. Let's go 3 no ask. And now we are ready to call the function. But the function is not ready yet to be called. We're well over 8 hours now, which is actually 8 hours, 45 minutes, including the first session. A is like manic working now, especially because this hour is not the same as office hours, much more focused. Apart from when my dog bothered me, I always been sitting here. And I didn't eat for the last 8 hours, so at some point the body will call and say, man, I'm getting hungry. Will this works? And by the way, we will not see anything in the interface. That's what I think, which is really horrible. But maybe we will. What if we see it here? Maybe we will. I don't know. What do I know? I never done this before. Right. So now we have the new add groups to track. What do we expect as an output? A message either added successfully or a message says operation failed, check logs for details. All right. I'm a little bit emotional because I took so long to arrive to this point. And it crashed. It didn't even answer with that saying operation failed. But that does not look good. Not at all. Ah, wait a second. I know that this is like the wrong. Yeah, okay, okay. This is the wrong service account. I didn't realize that. So we have to use this service account. Unfortunately, that means a new deployment. No way around it. Okay. I'm happy that that's why it didn't show that message here that says operation failed, check the log, because it failed immediately. No, actually, that should have gone in a try cache anyway. Operation failed. Yeah, that come from us. Yeah, operation failed. But probably because we sent a 500 and we sent a 200, I think the output was suppressed, so it was not shown here. That's why. If I would send a 200, I would have seen the output. Okay, I think that's the case. Not important now because we want to make it succeed, and this is just a test. Actually, yeah, we need this function. I also understand the silliness of using the camel case for this function, since then they become like that. Maybe I should start using hyphens, but that would mean going changing all of them. And that would mean also update the API. So it's not something for now, but it's something to think about. So there we go. Now the replace internal service is in action. So there is the deployment happening. That's the first message. There will be more. I thought it would be more, but I don't know. So once the deployment finished, we can run the function. Let's go here, see if this time works, because the issue was the wrong service account that didn't have enough permission to actually call the Google Play API. Yeah, there you go. We got another entry there. So the deployment should be about to finish. No, the same, no new entry. Oops. So it's still there, it takes a while. Now we have more and more functions. How many we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 Firebase cloud functions. Okay, finish. I mean, about to finish. It goes, now we would say print for each function that is finished, and then the URLs and deploy complete. Now we can try. So this should set the Google group for the tester track for the Google Play API if it works. Otherwise it will fail. It fails. Damn. Check the logs. Not loading. Oh, there you go. Well, what happened? It's a bit different. Okay. So, so the new execution started this. Why did it start with the post 500? Okay, it already knows the 500. but it's like this is out of creating edit for package. Okay, successfully created edit. So he managed to do the setting track to the Google email. He actually failed later on the commit. Okay. Ah, so does it mean that this works only for... Oh, so let's go back to this using the internal track. Does it mean it works only for close testing? Let's go back to close testing. Alpha close testing, manage track, testers. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was the issue. So the internal track does not support Google Groups. The support of Google Groups there is both in the interface and even in the API is only for close testing and probably above. So all this time wasted, try time something that was not possible. I understood the issue as the error message returned by the function was failed to update, cannot set tester group on internal track. And in fact, if I check the tester tab, testers tab of the closed testing alpha, yeah, of without the of closed testing alpha, that screen supports either email list or list plural, yep, and Google Groups, while the internal testing, how do you call it? Let's see, internal testing. Well, internal testing, I don't know, I keep adding article. In this case, it doesn't make sense. Does not have the option. No, no, does not have, let's be explicit, the option of adding Google Groups. There you go. Understood. I understood the issue. I still understandable, I think. All right. Mm, mm, mm. So now the problem is, yeah, you have once again got into the heart of the matter. That is fantastic catch. Well, so I guess these things you learn as you go. You can't know before. Okay, is the my apologies. I treated all close track as they have the same capabilities, but you have discovered a critical platform limitation. Internal testing track. This is a special lightweight track. Is designed for rapid distribution to a small trusted team, and you have discovered is limited and does not support Google Groups for managing testers. You can only add the individual email address. Closest testing tracks, alpha and beta, a more powerful configurable track for managing larger tests. Yeah, they do support Google Groups, which is why the UI options are different. UI and API options are different for them. This explains why. Okay, correct path. Yeah. Ah, my God. So what I have to do is to, here I created a Google group for internal testing. I need to create a new Google group for alpha testing, or let's call it closed testing because we'll have only one track of closed testing, and call it BP closed testing. Group description, same. Hold on. What was the description here? Budget pilot and test. Okay. So copy that. Budget pilot closed testing. And I need to go over in detail. And we have the group. And it's not really for conversation or post. It's just to hold a list of emails. Yeah. Add a member. So I have to add my alternate email address. Welcome to, doesn't matter. Now we're just doing a test. Okay. I know a robot create group. Okay. Yeah. So now the invited member, I'm gonna go there and approve the join to the group. Dunque, I should have got an invitation. There you go, I just got it now. Accept the invitation. There you go. So in members, now I should have the two members. Okay, perfect. So now I have the two members. What happens is 16 minutes? Ah, no, it was just an API, UI glitch. Now I have that group. I can, yeah, we can use the function. Why not? So, but I have to update that function to say alpha. The track is called alpha. And the email I'm adding is not internal testing, but is closed testing. BP closed testing at googlegroups.com. Unfortunately, that means another deployment, another slow deployment. And I don't know if I can run this in local. Maybe I should give it a go. So to run this in local, I have to run the shell. So let's open a new terminal. I don't know if this will interfere with the deployment. CD function, I have to do npm run shell. Let's see how the deployment is going in the meantime. All right, the build is done. So hopefully the build will not go on top of each other. Worst case scenario, break the build for the deployment. So I did a local build, right? And now I can call by hand this function, just like if it was a local function. Oh, we got permission denied. I think that might be related on the fact the request being local and not getting the right authorization, but I don't know. And I'm out of credits from Gemini, I think. Let's see. It was 87, but then I added another question, and now it's 95. So I will not fire another query right now. We also out of credits from Claude, but this is 10 minutes from now, 10 p.m. So that's looking good. These free tiers are a bit, they're generous. Yeah, it's good. You can do quite a lot. So hopefully I didn't mess up stuff running the shell. Actually, let's close the shell. I hope I didn't. So once this is deployed, I can try to run this API again like that. This function calling the API. Ah, my dog wants to go out in the garden. All right, 1 second. Yes. Okay, let's try. Let's try. No, sooner or later. No, no, no. Let's not accept that. Ah, it still failed. What I'm doing is a bit silly now because I can do that from the interface. I can just delete that function. But I wanted to see that work. I don't know why it's not working. Let's see the logs. Oh, there's a totally different error message. The alpha track has been upgraded to use open or closed testing. Switch back to communities-based testing because using the API. What the heck does that mean? Switch back to community-based testing for this track. Yes, the alpha track is actually closed testing. So it means I cannot use the API? So let's just compile. We are run out of options. I got this error from Firebase cloud function trying to update the Google groups connected to my Play console alpha track that is indeed a closed testing track. Does this mean that I can't use the API and I should use the Play console instead? It's a bit crazy. I don't understand why. It does sound like the API is expecting the old community-based testing model. Oh man, so this is like some kind of internal inconsistency? So they changed the system, they changed something. When your alpha tag was updated to close testing, the API became incompatible. Now use the email list or direct opt-in URL, not Google Group. That is not true. Okay. So what I think, here I can add the Google group. So let's add it there in the interface. I created the group, which I think I have it here in the editor. Okay, it's internal class testing, but I can just make it close testing. Close testing. So I go back to the interface, put the Google group here, feedback URL or email address. Let tester know to provide feedback. Mhm. So we'll have a better way, but I think for now I have a contact form which I can put it there. Probably email address is a better idea. Yeah, it will be more personal. Let's put email address. All right, save. Ah, this also needs. Oh, that's why maybe it was not allowed because it also have to be sent for review. Oh my God, let's send. Annoying as hell, this thing is annoying as hell. Look how much time I've lost to just, understand how things work, and they are so quirky. So now it's good that I have two groups, even though this group is not really used by the actual Play Store, but I can use this to test sending emails that then I test send to the closed group, which will be bigger, hopefully. So that's it. This the reality of this matter is there is no utility at all of this other Google group to track thing, even though it's syntactically correct as a function, has no cannot work on internal track and does not work on closed testing track. So when does it work? It never works, not because it's incorrect, but because of stupid inconsistencies in the API. So let's delete it. I don't need that function. Ah, yep. So the only thing I will need going forward is something to get the email out of um, the Google groups, which I think I might have something on in here, maybe internally. No, no, this was an attempt. Maybe we can try to run this one. Was an attempt to get the emails out of the track internal, which won't work because this will get only the group, but we can try to get emails out of the track alpha. Let's see, let's review everything in here. But this is not useful because it will only tell me uh, let's comment this obsolete. It will only tell me that the name of the group, which I already know. So I will just run this for curiosity on the track alpha, see what happens. I have to run a new deploy. Check for my dog. Oh, hold on. Yeah, of course. I deleted the function, so now I have to delete it from here too. Okay, let's run a deploy. Check on my dog out. He's outside and it's raining. See if this doesn't fail immediately. Let's wait for the lint. Can close the window, eh? There, he's going. So I'll go check my dog. Yes. All right, he's asking me to delete the function that we removed. So yeah, that's fine. Delete. Good. So at the water. Good. Water. Excellent. So now let's see how update goes. Can do like have some protein as well because now it's like 8 and 9 hours I'm not eating. Let's get some protein powder. Just a little bit because I will have dinner after. Nice. It seems it's going through now. Looks good, looks good. So now we can test if that useless function internal email gives back the Google group we just set in the interface or not. And after we can delete because it's absolutely useless. What we need to do instead is to get a way to query the content of a Google group, which I think was partially done in this send email to list, which has the cloud identity groups API. And actually, probably we can try that. Yeah, it's trying to get that out. So let's see, let's see. Okay, my dog is calling. All right, so step one, let's execute that function. All right, yeah, all good. Let's execute that function and see what happens. When I say that function, I mean internal email. which should get me back. It's on request, correct? It should get me back the group that we just added to the alpha track. So let's go back to this one and edit that to, instead of calling add core group to track, to call internal email. This is too small. Okay. See what happens. Ah, yes, it does work. There you go. I got the group back. Wait a second, it was not approved. Was that approved already? I'm confused. Yeah, maybe it is. No, that's internal testing. I have to do a close testing. Manage track. Maybe it's approved. Who knows? What do I know? I don't understand. There's nothing saying that it's waiting approval. Manage rollout. Okay, so that worked perfectly. We got the email out of the Google Groups. The utility of this function is zero. Because all I wanted to know are the members. So this is, we can delete. It's not doing anything useful. Good, gone. So now that they're gone, we also have to update this to remove that function. Nice. So now let's go back to send email to list, which is done a lot of rubbish here, but let's switch to use the track alpha. So, and let's check my login is okay, because I really want to, all right, yeah, that's enough. It says I found the Google Groups. It says comma because it's a list. Yeah, but I think it will let's do it on inline. I don't want it to add it as a separate object. There you go. And then it will use the different API. What I really want to do is to use exclusively this API. Nothing of that is necessary because I already know the name of the Google group. I don't need to query it dynamically. But we have this code. Let's try it. So now that is pointing to the alpha group, because the internal group does not support Google groups. Let's deploy. This lint is pathetic. I don't know why suddenly it became so slow. Actually, this is the longest session I ever had. I just realized. I ever had on Twitch, that's what I mean. Not the longest working session in my life. That's for sure. Oh, nice. Thank you for following. Hello. How are you? Have a problem with my headphones? Can we reply on chat? Ah, okay. Hold on. I don't know if that's a trick or something. Sure. Hi, Laura. So we can delete uh the internal email. Is this a bot, you know? So it's doing the deployment, and let's see what happens when we then call this send email to list that despite the name is not sending any emails, but just at the moment getting the list of emails. So let's prepare it ready to fire. There you go. So what it should do is should go to the alpha testing track. This is just getting the various API providers. Nice, thanks for asking. Where are you from? Italy, and yourself? Okay, that's weird. From the UK. Okay, nice. Yeah, go ahead. Asking is allowed. Then I will see if I can answer. So you can't hear what I'm saying here, can you? Is this a bot? Is this a scam? Is this an ad? Not at all, it looks like. Okay, so a successful update. Let's try it in a second. Ready to fire. Okay. Uh, uh, okay. So now success. Okay, that's interesting. And everything went in the log. So we're gonna check the logs. But now of this function it does not exist anymore. But to the send email to group to list HTTP. These are all the errors, I suppose. Go in the logs. Ah. Oh. Permission denied. Failed to get member list. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. So now we are over 10 p.m. So we can use I can use Claude now. There you go. You're out of free messages until 10 p.m. I think you have to restart the interface for it to recognize that we are over the time. Okay. Uh, created Firebase cloud function in TypeScript to get the list of, what is it called, users or email members, or the member list of Google Groups, and it failed with the error message. Here is my function. Do I know that the group does exist. Here's my function. Do I miss some scopes? Yeah, function, boom, boom. There, go. Looking at your error and code issues likely related to the scope you are using for Google Group access. The error permission denied for resource indicates insufficient permission. Scope issues. Oh, there you go. Nice. That's it. So if you are using group read only, but the scope is specific or cloud identity group, ah, you need different scopes. So let's check these two scopes. Aha. So I don't need this, but I need the other two. API choice. If you're dealing with regular group, you should use the admin SDK directory API instead of a cloud identity API. So it's so wrong, man. So I shouldn't use. Oh, look at this. I'm importing different stuff from the Cloud Identity V1 API, but should I use the admin directory V1? And this Android Publisher V3 can be added there and deleted from there. Alright. So the only thing is telling me that they're not using it. Okay, that's great. And then I shouldn't use that. So admin options. I'm confused. Hold on. Instead of identity options. Yep, it becomes this admin options. Now admin is not used. We can just get the list down there without getting first all of this mess. So we can delete all this part. We can delete this part. We can put this here. We can delete this. And the actual members, I don't know how to get it. Members. There you go. So now we can try a new deploy. It will take forever and maybe fail. Yeah, there's some issues. Are there some issues? Maybe not. So this is a different approach. We enabled the API for nothing. Okay, we got some issue here, but yeah. Okay. That is kind of okay. Don't need these comments. This comment. Yep. Let's go. Doing a new deployment. Let's commit and push. Why not? Oh. Oh yeah, all good. Making a mess. This will get me going for a while, these proteins. Nice. So that means that when I enable through infra I was so proud about the cloud identity API, I actually didn't need it. And it tells me, yeah, you need to add the ARM API. How do I disable the other one? Oh yeah, I just remove it because it's a state-based stuff. So I just remove it. I should disable it in theory. So I'll go to infra and say Palumi up -m enabling admin directory API. Well, that means. E anche rosso misspell it. Okay. Let's go to Google Cloud and try to look for admin directory API. Active Directory. Nothing like that. Yes, we disable the cloud identity. Apparently, no. Because I think, is there a way to disable an API? Only enable, it looks like. If I go back to cloud identity, I could reach that one at least. That's a document. Mm, yes, identity. Or I can't find it anymore. I used it before. I don't seem to find anything. I don't think it's this one. No, 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 it's not that one. It's not this one. For no identity service for Kubernetes. I don't know. Okay, that worked. Let's see the deployment work. All right, time to try. Time to try. It means running that. Let's see if we get the email out or not, because I've seen much more failures than successes today. Success or not. Yeah, same message. All right, Claude. Uh-huh. Okay. Allora, first thing I want to say is I don't have Google Workspace. Full stop. Um, now I get this is my updated code. That's annoying. I can't do it. Yeah. That's all I want to do. I have a group. I just want to send an email to all of them. What's this? Mm. What's he doing here? Android publisher only. What does it do it for? Because it's a list of groups. Send email to the group. Since you can programmatically access group list member list without workspace, yeah, it's true. It's true. I didn't think about that because this went from a series of attempts where initially I didn't even know that could use Google Groups. Now I know. So I have a tester group. So to have mail to testers, I just have to email the group. So, well, this is a bit a disappointing day in the end. I mean, I did a lot in the end, but I'm just trying to think this function is interesting that I have an example how to access the console, but it's not doing anything useful to access the Play console, the Play API, Google Play API. It's not doing anything useful at all. So with a heavy heart, I will have to delete it, like all the other functions I created in the last few hours. But I feel bad about it because it might be because it was so difficult to get to here to do this stuff. It might be that I need to do something else with the Play API. It's not that complicated, yeah, because the hard part was to figure this part. This is totally useless. And then understand that you have to do an edit to even list something. Then you get something else with tag alpha. you know, that's it. We have to delete it. There is no useful bit, not even a useful bit in this function. It was just learning, understanding. That is true. That. So now we are back with the original function list. We can commit and push the change. This PR will have something in it, is despite, yeah, the Palumi. You know that what, even the Palumi had to undo it because that was enabling the user an API that we don't need. This one, we don't need it anymore. So go. So go back here. We apply Palumi, removing. What was that even called? Forgot totally. Admin something API was a terrible name. Hold on. How do I find it? Here, because I didn't push yet. Yep. Okay, I'm happy with all these changes. Here you go. Let's do set. Let's do that. We'll not try removing, enable admin, blah blah blah. There you go. That will take a second. Now let's commit this change. Do you want to perform this update? What happened? To click in here. Delete. Yep. Okay. Yeah, these are the errors that happen during testing, not important. Okay. So okay. Now it's all pushed. Can go back to this PR, refresh. So we added this cloud ignore. We changed the user or the options for unsubscribe. We created this HTTPS option, HTTP option where we don't kind of use anymore anywhere else, isn't it? Let's go to check. Now it's like we have to go back there too. So we have this configuration file. Okay. Where we created this HTTP option, but they are used only here. So we go back to the previous situation where we don't need them at all. So we don't need that in it at all. And we didn't break anything. So let's go back to the diff. Okay, so we deleted those. And we did a no app check because it turns out we don't need it. We just need to make on request function. I just move the place there. Can this change? And that's it. The whole PR is now nothing. It's okay. I can accept these changes, but I basically undid all the work. Oh, wait. We can also delete those. So we can go to package.json and we added Google Auth and Google API. We're not using them anymore. So now we can do npm install to update the package log. All right, which is only in the global. We can add everything, commit and push. And now we go back. I wonder if I still need this memory increase now we basically reverted the state. And my guess is that we don't need it anymore. Let's try that. So here in the meantime, we will have lots of actions running. Yeah, just one at a time because they are quick. Let's try to undo that change where in functions JSON, I had to add for linting the memory configuration. So added memory. Let's see if we can remove it. Let's copy this here instead for reference in case we want to put it back. Go back to the browser to see one more change undone. This clouding node doesn't even seem to work anyway. And already added a ticket for that. Yeah, it worked and it's fast again. Incredible. So it seems that adding those two libraries made everything so slow in the linting at least. So glad that I removed them. I think that's it. Oh, what's this comment? Define a list of all service. Ah. Why added only one link, the Firebase, but not? I forgot to add the other list of roles from the GCP itself. Anyway, okay, so this is good enough. It's nothing. API test is reverted. There is nothing anymore with the API in this PR. What should the commit message be? Do I even need this? Because this, I can undo it. I just moving this up. So what? Yeah, remove the no app check. Okay, this is a good change. It was moved down. I don't know. Same. Uh, yeah, that's basically the change, and that did the cloud ignore. So we moved and did. It looks like a very pointless PR, but you know, there was a lot of work in this PR because I had this stuff I removed. So squash and merge. Let's close the chapter. Let's take it as a learning experience. Delete the branch. Check out main. Git pull. Git fetch all. The important is staying clean. Git del. Play API test. And we have to deploy, yeah, because I removed packages, which turned out to be quite slow. I don't know if they will affect the live functions or not, but I would do a deploy. Okay, in the meantime, we understood the, yeah, we still have to do this ticket, but to Google group. That's how we're gonna do it. Now we know. Before we didn't know. So we have two Google groups, one for testing, one for really putting in data out. So that would mean create email template. Yeah, create template. I don't know if I want two templates, one for close testing and one for real testing. But I think for close testing only. And when I test, I can test sending the close testing email to the internal test group just to test the email. Okay, so that says we can delete two functions. Yep, we can. So let's see the next steps more in detail. Yeah, that is the same. So yeah, we can. The thing is good because I was thinking with the resend API in the free version, I can send only 100 email per day, I think, and then also I have to throttle them to maximum one or two a second, two a second. With the Google group, I don't have that problem because I will send only one email, not several. So I don't need any throttling, and it will be simpler. Vabbè, I think for today, I will call it a day. Don't think there is a point of doing anything new now. The first part of the work, which was to change the security of all the functions, went fine. Right. And here, there you go. This is updated only every other day or every 2 days. Ah, so this is empty just because there are new functions, so they're not being checked yet. And all the other security um advice should disappear in a few days as they will refresh. The refresh 1 day ago. Let's hope this will go away. because I'm not using anymore the default compute engine account. I will see that. So hopefully that's resolved. The the deployment went fine. Now we have only a single HTTP function, which is the unsubscribe function. All looks good. And tomorrow we'll do some more. But for today, that's more than enough. Bye.